House of M is one of the most well-known X-Men stories at Marvel. Using her powers, Wanda changed reality and made mutants the dominant species on Earth. Welcome to the Comicstorian Full Story channel, where we take old and new full stories from Comicstorian and put them here to give you a better viewing experience. In today's video, you're going to get the House of M Civil War first, then the full core story for House of M, and then all of the House of M tie-ins that we covered on the channel. This is the House of M Omnibus. I hope you enjoy. In 1945, towards the end of the Second World War, Germany was on its last legs to remain in control while Nazis continued to maintain the operations of the concentration camps. Among those, in Auschwitz, a mother sneaks away from soldiers in a desperate attempt to save her son. Already weak and frail, she took her son Magnus and hid in a pile of bodies that the Nazis had piled near one of the exits of the camp. After the Nazis had retreated, Soviet soldiers later swept the area looking for any survivors, only to find the frail woman hiding among the dead. A soldier quickly rushed to help the woman, but starving and nearly frozen to death, she told the soldier to leave and take her son. The soldier agreed, but while taking young Magnus, the boy screamed for his mother, and suddenly the metal in the nearby building began to rip and twist, causing the building to collapse. Years later, Magnus would work hard to maintain an honest living, and fell in love with a woman named Magda, and soon after, had a daughter. While trying to work and provide for his family, Magnus found himself being paid less than what he had been promised, his boss claiming it to be a commission fee for getting him work. This angered Magnus to make him lose control and let his mutant powers show again, throwing a crowbar and narrowly missing his boss. The man told Magnus that there's no need for threats, he is a reasonable man, take it all. But later that night, Magnus returned home to find it on fire. Magda was safe, but his daughter Anya was still trapped in the building. Magnus quickly rushed to save Anya, but was stopped by the same people he had worked with, including his boss. The fire was no mistake. It was because of Magnus revealing to the others his mutant abilities. And the humans began beating him in response, calling him and his family monsters. This drove Magnus into a fit of madness, using his ability over metal to stop all of his attackers and allow him to rescue his daughter. But when Magnus entered the blaze, he found Anya dead. He wrapped his daughter in his jacket as he carried her out, and then turned to his attackers with a blinding rage and acted. With everyone dead, Magnus told his wife that they must go. They must leave this place and find a place to lay their daughter to rest. However, to Magna, this was the first of her knowing her husband was a mutant, and he killed everyone. When she asked, what was he told the truth. He was a mutant, and Anya likely was as well as any other children that they may have. Magna touched her stomach, asking, "They're children?" But she ran, leaving him. After burying Anya, Magnus promised her that he would help build a world where mutants are accepted and not killed because they are different. A year later, Magnus would join the mutant resistance in France, rescuing those imprisoned for being mutants. Helping them was Susanna Dane, a mutant sympathizer from America, and the two would ultimately fall in love. One night, Susanna confessed that during their time together, she had become pregnant. Magnus told her that if she had to go back to America, it wouldn't be safe for her to stay, especially if people knew that the father of her unborn child was a mutant. But as the rise of mutants started to show, back in the States, Vice President Bolivar Trask was hard at work at finding a solution to combat the steadily increasing mutant population. He created the Sentinel, a giant machine whose sole purpose was to find mutants and capture them, and when necessary, kill them. However, no matter how powerful the Sentinels were, they were made of metal, and Magnus was a master of controlling metal. After fighting off a Sentinel assault in Egypt, Magnus was approached by another, a mutant that went by the name Apocalypse. It was then that Magnus gave himself a new name, a mutant name, Magneto. Apocalypse told him that he found him worthy to join them while they shape the world for mutants. There is a war coming, and they have no need for any Homo sapien sentiment in the new world. A world in which mutants rule, and Magneto joined him. In the coming months, Magneto would be among those in the front lines, fighting those who see mutants as a threat rather than allies. But during one of their conflicts, Magneto stopped another mutant from killing an already injured and defeated human soldier. Back at the camp, this caused Apocalypse to question him, saying that every human left alive could one day return and kill them. But Magneto stood his ground, saying that they do not kill a helpless invalid. That is the sort of brutality that they condemn the humans for practicing against them. Apocalypse told him that he was disappointed at his lack of commitment to their cause. Magneto explained that if they continue on this path, then they will spark a global war that could sweep up every mutant in its wake. Innocents will suffer, and they are not ready for it. Apocalypse turned his back, telling him, "That is enough. They have battles to plan. If he wishes to leave, then be gone. He will not be missed." But again, Magneto stood his ground and challenged Apocalypse for leadership of their armies, to which Apocalypse happily agreed to. Apocalypse laughed as he easily toppled Magneto, telling him that there is no metal around him. He made a poor choice in where to do battle. Magneto says he doesn't need metal. Their mind is an electromagnetic field. That alone is more than enough. After distorting and pulling Apocalypse's mind apart, he is left a mangled mess on the ground. Magneto said that he will not kill him. They shall be allies in this. But never forget, any of them, that his word is law. As more Sentinels come, Magneto uses this as an opportunity, telling the world that mutants will no longer have to hide. Never again. They wish to strike at the heart of humans' power. They wanted a war, then let it be war. As a helicopter approaches, Magneto flies up to it, and the man inside begs him to please, they are just reporters. Magneto says that he knows, which is why they are still alive. They are going to deliver a message to the world. Mutants did not start this conflict. It was the humans who hunted and killed them, tried to wipe them from the face of the earth. They declared war on mutant kind, and today, mutant kind is declaring war on humans. His words traveled across the globe, reaching to the ears of his children, who know not that he is their father, Wanda and Pietro Maximoff, and Lorna Dane, but also one other very special mutant telepath, Professor Charles Xavier. As time went on, more and more mutants were treated as criminals for simply existing and placed in mutant relocation centers in the States. While making the mutants wear inhibitor collars, mutants were forced to do physical labor. But one day, in a camp in California, there was a white blur, and the mutants found themselves free of their collars and rose up to fight back against their human oppressors. Magneto, now joined with his daughter Polaris and son Quicksilver, was the reason for the mutants' new form of freedom. Upon overhearing the mutants talking earlier, Magneto used one of the mutants who was near invulnerable as a weapon, destroying the remaining Sentinels. With the human forces dealt with, Magneto liberated the camp and offered the mutants a place within his ranks, should they wish to fight for a better tomorrow for mutant kind. But while giving his speech, one soldier in the distance steadied his rifle and took aim to assassinate Magneto. But before pulling the trigger, The man suddenly stops and gets up. Behind him was Charles Xavier, and he told Magneto that they should talk. While Trask rallied Americans against Magneto, Magneto took haven in the place where the humans couldn't easily reach them, in outer space on Asteroid M. As they discussed their next plan of attack, Quicksilver took apart one of the guns that the soldiers were using and found it to be made up of only ceramic and plastic parts. This means that the humans were expecting Magneto, which also means it will only be a matter of time before Sentinels will be assembled in the same manner. Magneto tells Polaris and Quicksilver to send a full report to Apocalypse in Egypt, and for Wanda to please bring in Sophia. As everyone leaves, Charles says that if he wishes for them to not know that he is their father, he shouldn't dote on them so. Magneto asks, did he read his mind? And Charles says, never without reason. But Quicksilver looks just like him. Polaris has his powers, and this woman in the portrait hanging could only be his wife Magna, whom Wanda resembles. And the way he behaves towards them, it's not hard to see. Magneto says that he is a perceptive man, and Charles tells him, please, call him Charles. Magneto then offers his hand, saying that he may call him Magnus, and he hopes that he may also call him a friend and ally. Charles doesn't shake his hand, saying that he believes in the cause, though the methods are concerning. They are on the verge of an all-out war between humans and mutants. Surely there are other options. Magneto says that he wishes that there were. His daughter Wanda is human. She inspired him to prosecute the conflict with more restraint. However, it still must be fought. As Wanda returns with Sophia, Magneto says that he would like to introduce him to Sophia. She was a mutant who was taken from her homeland. President Nixon and Vice President Trask have done terrible things to their people, but they're far from the worst. Sophia is from the island nation of Genosha, a place where mutants are enslaved, both physically and mentally. But do not take his word for it. Read her mind. Charles asks Sophia if she is willing, and Sophia nods, telling him yes. As Charles concentrates and dives into Sophia's mind, he sees all the cruelty that she has endured and witnessed. These weren't just crimes. These were atrocities. Charles falls to his knees, gasping for air, saying, God, he knew they practiced apartheid, but he had no idea. If the rest of the world knew! Magneto tells him that he isn't naive. The Soviet Union provides military aid to Genosha, a non-communist nation. Why? Because they not only know what's going on over there, they want it for themselves. They see forced mutant labor as a way to save their economy from collapsing. And his country seems bent on treating mutants the same way it once did Africans, the Indians, and the Japanese. So tell me, Charles, do you truly believe we have non-violent options? Charles looks back at Sophia, and then turns back to Magneto, shaking his hand, saying they have one option: the liberation of Genosha. Later, Magneto leads the charge as his teleporters give them passage to Genosha. Genoshan security forces deploy their own team to fight back the attackers, the Soviet super soldiers. The team consists of Crimson Dynamo, Red Guardian, Black Widow, Titanium Man, Vanguard, Dark Star, and Ursa Major. While Magneto directly engages the Soviet super soldiers, Quicksilver, Polaris, and Charles make their way into the island's prison to free the captive mutants. But as the liberated mutants charge out to help in the fight, Crimson Dynamo attacks the prison. He destroys the building, causing it to collapse and forcing Quicksilver to quickly get Polaris out. But as Magneto comes down to help, he notices that Charles is missing. He looks at the destruction and then back to the soldiers, telling them that he will make this offer once and only once. Surrender now and they will be treated accordingly to the Geneva Convention. The chief magistrate yells that that's some big talk considering the battle's far from over. Give her one reason why she should accept. Magneto turns his focus towards the mountain along the city, saying he researched their country. Their main export is iron ore. As Magneto lifts his arms, he rips the mountain up and holds it above the city, telling them to listen carefully. He will plunge this island into the ocean. He will kill every mutant in this country rather than see them continue to suffer. Death or surrender, human. I leave the choice to you. The chief magistrate pauses for a moment and then kneels down, saying, they surrender. Magneto pulls the gun from the chief magistrate and crumples it, asking Quicksilver if there's any sign of Xavier. Quicksilver calls back, saying that they found him, but his legs. A week later, Magneto stands before the liberated mutants of Genosha, saying that a new day has dawned for mutant kind. The last human left this island early this morning, marking this as the first day in their new home. He hereby declares that every mutant, no matter where he or she dwells, is now a citizen of Genosha. They are invited to come here and be welcomed, to live as equals, with their heads held high. If they are not free to make the journey themselves, they are nevertheless their people. Any crimes committed against them, any violence, any oppression, will be answered in kind. The first time he addressed the world's mutants, he said that they were not alone. Today, that promise is kept. Today, they have a nation on their side. But as Magneto finishes his speech, Charles appears in his hover chair, and Magneto asks, what did the healers say? Charles says the same thing that they said all week. They can knit his wounds, but not repair the nerve damage. He has accepted this chair. He should too. Besides, they have greater concerns. Since they have seized Genosha, anti-mutant sentiment has skyrocketed. Humans are afraid, and frightened people are turning to demagogues, like Graydon Creed and his Friends of Humanity speeches. As Charles turns on the TV, a rally is being held by Graydon, telling everyone that they all see what's happening in Genosha. Anyone who doesn't believe that America's next is living in a fantasy world. Their government is doing all it can to protect them, but this is a war that will have to be fought by every man, woman, and child. A war not just for their way of life, but for their very existence. In a moment of anger, Magneto crushes the TV, yelling, "Idiots!" No mention of the factor that thousands of mutants were kept here as slaves. And this Creed, have they forgotten Hitler already? Charles says, to many of the humans, he is Hitler. They must not act violently. They'd be playing right into Creed's hands and proving him right. Trying to save each mutant one by one is a hopeless cause. They need to focus on governments, not individuals. He is the head of state. Act like one. So Magneto took Charles's advice and went to the governments who were not sided with the humans to form alliances to show that they are in fact a nation just as the others. First, he stopped in Atalan, home of the Inhumans, to speak with Medusa and Black Bolt. Though they have no issues with humans and have no plans to fight them head on, they are displeased with how mutant kind has been persecuted. If the humans should attack Genosha, then they will stand by their side. Next was Namor in the Kingdom of Atlantis, though Namor was not very interested in helping anyone who dwells on land. But Magneto explained that should the humans attack Genosha and succeed, it wouldn't be long for the humans to find a new target. Namor agreed to be an ally of Genosha, but made it very clear that he would much prefer that those above exterminate each other. Finally was King T'Challa in Wakanda. T'Challa says that his nation is small and cannot aid in a fight, but he can offer them vibranium, as well as a non-aggression treaty with Genosha, officially recognizing it as a sovereign nation. Though many steps have been taken, as well as Charles securing a human sympathizer within S.H.I.E.L.D., Magneto was still not happy with the slow progression of things. For humans to know that Genosha and mutants are to be left alone, he needed to send a message. And the messenger was Sabretooth. A week later, Graydon Creed was murdered in his own home, and the scene was very apparent that this was an attack by a mutant. Trask tells the forensics team that the official report will say that this was a tragic mishap in Creed's home. If word got out the mutants can get to someone like Creed on American soil in his own house, well, they just can't have that. However, Magneto has given them a gift. When other world leaders hear about this, it'll remove any concerns they have about America striking at Genosha. And he has a team that will show the freaks that Americans aren't the only ones who aren't safe in their own homes. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Barnes? Bucky, holding the Captain America shield, along with Nuke and Mimic, says that it's not just their duty, it's their pleasure. Later that night, along the shores of Genosha, Bucky leads the assault on Genoshan land, mercilessly killing any mutant guard in his way. Once the scene is clear, Nuke and Mimic surface from the water, and Mimic uses his ability to copy those mutants around him. While Nuke and Mimic provide cover, Bucky sneaks into the sewer system, telling them that he'll be back in 20 minutes. As the alarm goes off, all of Magneto's closest guards run to assist those fighting outside, and Bucky quietly makes his way through the inner halls of Magneto's castle. But just as Bucky hears a scratching sound, he turns back to hold up his shield as Sabretooth swipes at it. Bucky throws the shield, and Sabretooth dodges, and as Sabretooth dodges, he says that he's pretty fast for a human, which ain't near good enough to... But before he could finish, the shield returns, ripping into Sabretooth's back, pinning him to the stone wall. Sabretooth laughs, asking, "He thinks he's so smart. Go ahead, try and kill him." Bucky tells him thanks, but no. He knows all about his healing factor, and he is not going to get in range of those claws. He doesn't need to keep him there forever, just long enough. As Bucky walks off, Sabretooth yells at him to get back here! But Bucky says that no one makes it out of here alive, including him. But as Bucky starts setting the explosive charges, a voice calls out to him. Bucky looks back, and Charles says, "Captain America's young ally. That is him, correct?" Bucky says that he isn't so young anymore. Must be strange having to ask that instead of just reading his mind, huh? Bucky lifts some of his hair to show an implant, going on saying, "Not this time." They have some pretty smart tech boys on their side too. Now call Magneto here. He's got a surprise for him. Charles says that he will do no such thing. He is fully aware that there are explosives planted throughout the building. Bucky asks, "Building? Try the whole island. The hospital, security headquarters." It's his choice. Call Magneto or those places go up like Roman candles. Charles asks, does he hate them that much? Mutants fought beside him during the war. Namor, Toro. Bucky yells for him to not say that name. Toro was nothing like them. He was a loyal American, not some terrorist. All they want to do is wipe out the humans and replace them with their super race. He has heard the song and dance before. He'd have done anything to stop the Nazis. To stop them, he is going to kill himself. A few hundred mutant supremacists? he wouldn't think twice. Charles says, as a boy, he wanted to be like him. Bucky tells him he gets that a lot. He'll just have to settle for being killed by him instead. And before he has a chance to react, Bucky pulls out a knife and stabs Charles. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, Nuke walks through the halls, shooting his way through, asking the mutants if anyone's heard of Sun Tzu. But before they could answer, he shoots them, saying he didn't think so. In war, the way is to avoid what is strong, and to strike at that is weak. As Nuke opens a door, he looks at Wanda, asleep in her bed. He holds up his gun and points it at Wanda's head. But before he can pull the trigger, Wanda wakes up screaming, "Ungrateful wretch! I gave you your fondest desire, Nuke, made you intelligent, but your true nature, it seems, can't be changed. You have no place in this world." As Nuke begins to be unmade, Sophia hears her yelling and runs in asking if everything is okay. She heard a noise. Wanda tells her it's okay. It was just a dream. Just a bad dream. But outside, Mimic faces off against Magneto directly. Mimic yells that they can fight all he wants, but the longer they fight, the more innocent people die with him not surrendering. They'll even let all the mutants stay in Genosha as a US protectorate. They'll be fine so long as they remember their place. Magneto waves his hand, calling forth an inhibitor collar and clasping it around Mimic's neck, saying, they remember. They remember the inhibitor collars their government used before placing mutants in concentration camps. They keep several in their Museum of Mutant History. They seem to work on him as well. As Mimic loses all of his abilities, he falls out of the sky and comes crashing down onto the rubble below. And Magneto follows, saying all they wanted was a home, a place to be safe. And then they came here to murder. They are the monsters. Magneto then rips off a wooden post and begins bludgeoning Mimic in the head, saying, monsters do not deserve to live. As he finishes, he tosses the bloody post, and then suddenly hears Charles calling out to him telepathically. Magneto rips through the metal to the lower levels where Charles is located, and quickly flies over, telling him to hold on. The healers are on their way. Charles says, it's already too late. Magnus, listen to me. Forgive them. No one should be judged by the worst of their kind. And you are better than that, my friend. As Charles smiles, he looks at Magneto one last time and then passes on. Magneto lays Charles back down gently, grabbing his helmet, saying that he was too good for this world. But he is precisely what it deserves. Just then, Bucky throws a knife, saying, that makes two of them. Magneto tries to stop the knife, but the knife tears through his palm. Bucky says that he isn't an idiot. There's no metal in that knife, or in this gun. But as Bucky shoots, Magneto grabs the closest metal object to protect him, Bucky's very own shield. Magneto tells him that he did bring some metal weapons, it seems. He recognizes this. And him, Bucky Barnes. Bucky shouts for him to put that down! Don't even touch it! Magneto waves his hand, launching the shield and cutting off Bucky's head, saying, as you wish. The next day at the White House, Nixon slams his fist on the desk, saying they should have heard something back by now. Trask says that getting news out of Genosha is difficult. They shouldn't worry yet. Nixon yells that he is getting worried, damn it. So far, Magneto's only attacked places where mutants were being held. But they've escalated matters. If he retaliates, Just then, something red rockets through the windows of the Oval Office and lodges itself into the president's desk. Nixon shouts, "What the hell?" And Trask looks at Bucky's shield, covered in blood. One of the Secret Service members grabs Trask, saying they need to get him out of here. They are under attack. Trask asks, "By who?" And the guard tells him, "The worst case scenario." As Magneto attacks the gates of the White House, Sentinels begin to fly out, and Magneto calls out that these are the non-metal ones. They think that because his power can't affect them, that they are all helpless. But their struggle is not about him. It never has been. It's about them. About heroes like Charles Xavier, who gave his life for their freedom. They stand as one, as a nation, as a people. And today, we will know liberation or death. A few moments later, aboard Air Force 2, security informs Trask that the POTUS is secure. They'll be at his safe house in... Trask yells, "No! Take him to the SHIELD helicarrier. He is assuming direct command of the Sentinels. And get him NORAD. He has been waiting for this." Magneto was accommodating enough to gather the most dangerous mutants in the world in one place, Genosha. By attacking the White House, he's giving them just cause to nuke Genosha off the map. But with the launch of the missiles, Quicksilver runs into the battlefield, telling Magneto that Genosha is being attacked. Magneto says that he knew this would happen. Don't worry, it'll be dealt with. But time works against them here, and these non-metal Sentinels are slowing them down. They need to take this fight to their masters. Quicksilver says that Forge's instruments trace to the command signal. It originates 30,000 feet above New York. And Magneto says, yes, the SHIELD helicarrier. Magneto then calls to Polaris, telling her that he must go. She and Quicksilver will lead in his place. Let their people know that he hasn't abandoned them. He goes to strike the enemy's heart. Magneto turns to Lorna, but he begs her, be careful. Before her mother died, when she entrusted her to him, he swore to take care of her, that he'd protect her. Just know that he is very proud of her. A few moments later, in the helicarrier's control room, Trask asks, do they have a visual? And a technician says, it's coming up now. The monitor shows the missiles getting closer, but there is someone outside, waiting. Black Bolt waits for the missiles to get in range, and then speaks. And suddenly, the feed cuts, and Trask asks, what's happening? He wants that picture back now. Agent Dugan says that was Black Bolt. Since when are the Inhumans working with Magneto? Trask shouts, asking, who the hell is Black Bolt? Some mutant? Deploy more missiles. Send them all to Genosha, damn it! More than they can stop. He wants it raining bombs on that godforsaken place. But then a voice tells him that God has not forsaken Genosha. It has forsaken him. As Magneto steps out of the portal and into the control room, the soldiers quickly open fire, but Quicksilver starts to disarm them while Magneto pulls a piece of the metal flooring to shield himself. Magneto says, yes, they're clever non-metal guns. Pity they're in a giant steel flying machine. Actually, forgive him. Did he say flying? He stands corrected. One of the technicians yells that the engines, they've stopped. And as the helicarrier crashes into the ocean, Trask pulls himself up and Magneto tells him that this crash could have been fatal if he had wished. There's a saying about people in glass houses. He'd extend it to steel. He is giving them a chance to surrender without loss of life. Trask laughs, saying, him surrendering to a mutant? He never thought he'd see the day, and he won't. As Sentinels tear open the helicarrier, Trask gives them the override to kill mutants at all costs. As the Sentinels begin firing and hitting S.H.I.E.L.D's staff, Dugan asks, is he insane? They'll kill everyone! Trask yells, fine, if that's what it takes to see Magneto dead. But suddenly, Magneto lifts Trask up, saying if that's how he feels, so be it. Magneto holds Trask up in the air, directly in line of a Sentinel's blast, disintegrating him to nothing more than a pile of ash. A few moments later, Quicksilver runs in, holding a woman, saying that he's got files and the informant. But Magneto says that he must draw the Sentinels away, get everyone to safety. Magneto flies over to Central Park, specifically where there are minimal civilians, calling out to everyone that this is where he stands. No matter who dies, it all ends here. Meanwhile, on Air Force One, the general asks, is he sure? And Nixon says the helicarrier is down, Trask is probably dead. He doesn't relish in ordering a nuclear strike on American soil, but if these Sentinels fail, he will. But back in the park, Magneto is knocked down and in line to get attacked, but as the Sentinel fires, the woman Quicksilver was carrying jumps up in the way, shielding him. As Magneto regains his strength, he flies up saying she is Agent Danvers, he presumes. Charles spoke highly of her. He didn't realize that she was a mutant. Carol says that she isn't. Long story, but these alien powers of hers would have driven her insane without Charles's help. Quicksilver said that they killed Xavier. Let's make them regret it. Soon, Gateway opens another portal, and all of the mutants from Washington begin to pour out to support Magneto. But as many mutants fall, it gives them the chance to grab Magneto. Magneto groans under the Sentinel's grips, saying that he's been searching for something, and now he's found it. Aboard Air Force One, there is a sudden shift, and the general shouts, asking, what the hell is going on? Air Force One then flies in, using its wing to cleanly cut off the Sentinel's head, and Magneto catches the plane before it crashes. He rips open the door, grabbing Nixon and saying that this ends now. As he stands atop the Sentinel head, he tells everyone that the mutant blood lost here is the last that will ever be lost in war. Brothers and sisters, mutants everywhere, it is time to come out of hiding. Time to embrace your destiny. The world belongs to them. Several days later, Magneto addresses the world from his castle, saying that he is not only speaking to mutants, but humankind as well. By now, they've seen the documents that he has presented to the United Nations. Indisputable proof of a worldwide multi-governmental anti-mutant conspiracy, spearheaded by the President and Vice President of the United States. Those responsible will be held in the World Court. He realizes that some will say that that is not enough, but they are better than that. They are the next step in evolution. To truly embrace that destiny, they must evolve spiritually as well. Carol Danvers, the human S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who risked her life for him, provided the documents he spoke of. They owe her more than words can say. His daughter Wanda, many of them know, she is genetically human, but her heart is wholly committed to the mutant cause. And Charles Xavier, who died so that Genosha could live, who dreamed of a peaceful coexistence between man and mutant. In his name, they show mercy. And in his name, he declares an end to hostilities. This is a historic day. We stand witness to the birth of a new world. And as everyone cheers, Magneto returns inside, and Carol tells him that that was a beautiful speech, but she must go to the other nations and persuade them that he will not be seeking revenge. Magneto laughs, asking, why would he want revenge? In a few generations, there won't be any humans. What better revenge is that? Carol says, right. She'll be in touch. Once alone, Magneto then tells Polaris, Quicksilver, and Wanda to come with him. He has some things that he'd like to discuss. As everyone enters the dining room, a feast is laid out, and Polaris says that he doesn't have to do all of this. And Magneto says, please, he wants to. It's the least that he could do for his children. Polaris says that he has always been like a father to them. She can't tell him how much, but Quicksilver stops her saying, wait, he didn't mean like children, did he? Magneto says that he wanted to tell them so many times, but the danger. Polaris yells, wait, he is their father? All these years she thought her father abandoned her mother. Magneto tells her that her mother and he were very much in love, but if his enemies knew, they would have killed her. Polaris cries out, shouting, cancer killed her! She wasted away for months! Magneto says that he visited when he could, but Polaris uses her powers and throws the dinner table, knocking everything to the ground. As she leaves, Magneto asks, will she be back? And she tells him, sure, when she can. Magneto then looks back at Quicksilver, saying, go ahead, unleash his anger. God knows he deserves it. Quicksilver scowls, but rather than harm Magneto, he leaves. Soon, the world begins to change, and the mutant uprising begins. All over, humans are being pushed out, and Wanda asks, isn't this what he spent his life fighting for? A world where mutants are the superior race? And Magneto sits in his chair saying, she's right. It's everything he ever wanted. All of his dreams have come true. Through the struggles and pains, Wanda Maximoff can be heard crying. Dr. Strange tells her, just a bit more. There! Congratulations on the birth of your healthy, happy, and beautiful twins. Wanda holds her newborns, asking her husband Vision if he can believe it. Twins! But as the new parents enjoy the sight of the life that they have brought into the world, Wanda hears the voice of Charles Xavier telling her to put it back. They've talked about this. Put it back. She has no children. There is no one here but the two of them. Wanda motions, holding up her children, saying, no, can't you see her beautiful babies? Xavier coldly tells her that she cannot have children. She never could. Now stop abusing your mutant powers and put it back. Vision gets up, saying that he will not speak to his wife, but Xavier shouts, telling her to put the world back now. Wanda cries out that she can't, she won't. But as Xavier struggles to remain in control, the world suddenly shatters. Wanda falls out of her bed, yelling, oh God, I killed them. I killed the Avengers, and I killed my husband. A short while later, as Xavier looks out over the ruins of Genosha, Magneto walks out asking, how did it go? I heard the screaming. Xavier takes a cloth to wipe the blood from his nose, and Magneto says he's sorry. Xavier tells him that every time his daughter uses her powers to alter reality, she loses more of her grasp on reality, and it's not getting better. We cannot keep drugging her and psychically putting her to sleep. It's inhumane. And stop blaming yourself for this. She's a grown woman. Magneto says to stop reading his mind, but Xavier tells him that he wasn't. Magneto sighs, saying he can't help it. He put his children through hell because of what he believed in. He destroyed whatever hope they had at a decent life because of his war against the humans. And the truth is, he waged war against the humans and lost. So now he's lost the war and his children. Magneto then begins to levitate and walk out above the city, saying that he never imagined it would end up like this, and that the sacrifice would be for nothing. There are plenty of people who probably think I deserve this. And Xavier tells him, maybe, but she doesn't. The next day in New York, many of the Avengers, new and old, along with the members of the X-Men, meet, even though relationships between the two have been on shaky ground. Sitting on the side of the Avengers, Xavier welcomes the X-Men, saying that he hated how things ended between them. Cyclops tells him that he made it pretty clear that he wasn't going to involve himself with them, and he wasn't exactly nice about it. Xavier says that there is something more important that they must discuss, as a whole, one that everyone must be a part of. They must decide the fate of Wanda Maximoff. But while the Avengers and the X-Men meet, there is one person who's not there, Wanda's brother, Quicksilver. As he sits beside his sister's bed, Magneto asks, what is he doing here? Quicksilver gets up shouting that they are going to kill her. Xavier, the rest, all the Avengers, all the X-Men, they are meeting right now. They are all agreeing to kill her. Why else would they meet? They are going to decide that there is no other way, and they are going to come here and kill her. Magneto pauses for a moment and says, Pietro, they may be right. Quicksilver begins to vibrate, and Magneto tells him that no one can hear him scream when he yells that fast. But what would you have me do? Quicksilver says again that they are going to kill her, but Magneto grabs him, asking, what would he have him do? As Quicksilver falls to his knees crying, Magneto looks at his sleeping daughter, trying to keep himself from crying. Back in New York, Emma Frost asks, what is there to say? They need to put her down. Cap says that he won't even entertain the thought, and Wolverine kicks his feet up and takes a bite of his pizza, asking, even though they just spent the last 20 minutes explaining that the girl's out to lunch and that the world is in every kind of danger because of her? But then a shadow looms over Wolverine as Cap stands up, saying that there is always a way. Always. Emma asks Xavier, is there anything that they can do? Be honest, he is the most powerful psychic mind on the planet. Xavier says that if there was, they wouldn't be having this conversation. Emma then looks at Doctor Strange, asking, is there anything the mystic arts can do? And Strange tells her that he doesn't know. He has tried everything at the present moment, but he is still researching the matter. Spider-Man asks, so if my powers start wigging out, I can count on you all just killing me? Wolverine tells him, yeah, and he'd expect them all to do the same. Xavier then says the truth of the matter is, he doesn't know what to do. Spider-Man sighs, saying, he isn't going to be home for dinner, is he? A short while later, over Genosha, Kitty looks out the window of the Quinjet saying she really hates this place. And Wolverine tells her, it ain't no paradise island. But as everyone lands and enters Wanda's room, they find that she is missing. Everyone begins to ask where she could have gone, but Emma says that she found them. The teams rush over to where Emma sensed Wanda and Magneto, but as they step into the dark building, everyone's vision begins to fade as a bright light begins to shine. The next morning, Peter Parker wakes up to the cries of a baby and his wife Gwen telling him it's his turn. Peter forces himself up asking, is it really? Okay. But it's not only for him that things are a bit different. Cap lived his life until he was old, Cyclops and Emma are married, and Simon Williams became famous. Everyone's lives seemingly changed, untethered to what reality once was. Sam Wilson became a detective, and Doctor Strange was a psychologist. Even Wolverine's life changed, but something was different for him. As he is woken up, a redhead crawls into bed telling him, good morning. And as quickly as he can pop his claws, Wolverine jumps on the woman asking, where the hell is this? What is this? Mystique pushes Wolverine off and coughs, saying he didn't mind last night. It's his redhead fetish. What the hell is wrong with you? Wolverine runs out of the room, and a uniform-dressed Jessica Drew and Toad ask, "Is everything all right?" Wolverine looks around and sees an opening and charges through the doorway. But what he sees is that he is high in the sky on a S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, but not with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s emblem. Instead, there's an M. Suddenly, memories begin to flood into Wolverine's head. Back in the forest, when he fought alongside Cap, Phoenix, Japan, and Xavier? Xavier said that they need to decide the fate of Scarlet Witch. He just needs to get in touch with Xavier. Xavier will put everything back. Mystique walks out asking what's wrong, and Wolverine says he remembers everything, his entire life. What did they do yesterday? Mystique says their mission was successful. Is this about the casualties? That's not like him. But don't worry, they were just some human grunts. Wolverine then asks what happened in Genosha, and Mystique says she isn't sure. She hasn't seen the paper yet. What happened? Is Lord Magnus okay? Hearing Magneto's name shoots through Wolverine like a bolt of lightning. Mystique says maybe they need to go see Madam Web. Set him right. He wouldn't be the first S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who needed some adjustment. Nothing to be ashamed of. Wolverine looks at Mystique for a moment, then jumps over the rails. And as he crashes down onto a building, he begins to see all the posts and billboards, all showing mutants? Wolverine quickly gets down to ground level and picks up a magazine with a picture of Magneto on it, with the heading, "The House of Magnus's Big Day. Children of the Atom and world leaders gather to pay tribute." The magazine is nothing more than a tabloid, but it's all about mutants? But people didn't like mutants. As a motorcyclist pulls up and checks his phone, Wolverine tells the man that he's going to need that bike. The man asks, "What?" He can go straight to... But before he could finish, Wolverine punches him in the face and takes the bike anyway. Later that night, Wolverine heads to Westchester County to find Xavier. But the mansion he once called home has a different scent. Wolverine sneaks through the darkened home and grabs a sleeping man by the face, asking, "Where's Charles Xavier?" The man asks, "Who?" And Wolverine tightens his grip, telling him not to play games. "Where is Charles Xavier?" The man says he doesn't know who that is. "I think you got the wrong house." So Wolverine leaves and stops at a nearby bar and calls information from a payphone. He asks the operator for a listing of Charles Xavier, and the operator asks what city. Wolverine thinks for a moment and says, "New York?" And the operator tells him that there is no one listed by that name. Wolverine then asks, "What about a Peter Parker?" But before the operator could respond, Wolverine overhears a group of mutants giving a human woman some trouble. One of the shady mutants breathes fire while another says to torch the clothes so they can have a show. Wolverine drops the phone and begins to walk towards the mutants, popping his claws. The next morning, Wolverine heads to New York, but everything is so different. There are mutants all over the place. Wolverine stops at what would have been Tony Stark's Avengers Tower, but when he walks inside, it's just filled with businessmen. As Wolverine walks up to reception, Jessica whispers that the bosses want him brought back in, and they said any which way. Wolverine looks back to see the rest of his team, with the addition of Nightcrawler and Rogue. Mystique reports back to command saying, "This is Red Guard Agent Darkholm, we have him." Wolverine stares for a moment, and Mystique aims her gun saying, "He's definitely popped a stitch." They are taking him back to command. Don't get rough in front of the civilians. Wolverine asks, how did they find him? And Jessica says, with the tracker inside him. He knows that. Maybe he did pop a stitch. Wolverine scoffs, saying, maybe he did, and then elbows Jessica in the face, taking off. Everyone opens fire as Wolverine runs outside to his bike and speeds away. But the familiar BAMF can be heard getting closer and closer. Nightcrawler makes his move, but is suddenly pelted with arrows and skids across the road. Wolverine speeds up, but then sees Cloak standing in his way and rides straight into the darkness. A few seconds later, Wolverine pops out in a dark tunnel and quickly jumps to his feet ready for a fight. Luke Cage tells him, "Calm down, mutant." Wolverine says, "Cage?" And Luke asks, do they know each other? Wolverine then asks, what the hell is going on? And Luke tells him that he'd love to talk, but they gotta trash that tracker first. Another voice tells him, he heard the man, do it. And as Wolverine looks back, he sees Hawkeye with his bow drawn. Luke then says, wait a second. This guy is acting like we know each other. Why is that? Wolverine tells Luke that he is going to need him to calm everyone down, and Hawkeye interrupts him saying, fine, and releases the arrow. The arrow shoots into Wolverine's neck, piercing the tracking device and hitting the wall. And as it does, Wolverine falls to the ground. Luke yells, asking, why did you do that? And Hawkeye says that he's done taking chances with mutants. The two begin arguing, but after a few moments, Wolverine starts to get back up, and Felicia Hardy says they may want to turn their attention to the dead guy, because he's not really dead anymore. Wolverine gets up asking, how long was I out for? And Misty says, about 30 seconds? Why? Wolverine then sighs, saying that it's already too late. They really should have yanked the tracker out before bringing him here. Misty asks, what is he talking about? But just then the tunnel walls burst open and the Sentinels reach in saying, Sapient targets locked. Then all of a sudden their eyes begin to glow and beams start firing all throughout the tunnel. A few seconds later, Cloak appears in an office as several people tumble out. Everyone asks, where is this place? And Cloak says that it's the only place he could think of. Kingpin's office. He isn't really using it since he's in a coma. But everyone looks back out the window, seeing that not all of their group made it. And Luke slams his fists on the desk, asking Wolverine that he better have been worth it. Wolverine asks, what does he think is going on here? And Luke asks, what does he think is going on? Wolverine says he knows exactly what's going on, but they aren't going to believe him. Do they know each other? Luke tells him no, and Wolverine asks, then why did they pick him up? Luke goes on saying that they had some inside sources on the helicarrier. Word got out that he went AWOL. The Red Guard's star agent Wolverine jumped ship. Thought it was interesting timing considering what I've been told. Thought it was worth having a talk. Wolverine asks, does he remember that they are both Avengers? And Luke asks, what's an Avenger? Wolverine sighs, saying he's going to explain things, but they probably aren't going to believe it. Up until 2 days ago, he was one of the X-Men, and also a member of the new Avengers, which means nothing to them since they don't remember that there were old Avengers. In the world where he came from, mutants were the minority, and the X-Men worked to build a peaceful coexistence between the growing mutant population and the regular people. It wasn't the best life, but he made the most of it. He'd been mind-wiped so many times that he doesn't even remember where he came from or even how old he is. One of the X-Men's biggest problems in the world was Eric Magnus, or Magneto. Anyway, he had a couple of kids. Wanda, Hawkeye stops him there, saying, they know all these things. She's the human one. Wolverine pauses and asks, what? Hawkeye tells him that Magnus had 3 kids, Petro, Lorna, and Wanda. Wanda is the human one. Wolverine scoffs, yeah, well, the day before yesterday, Wanda Maximoff was a mutant, called herself the Scarlet Witch. Ends up, she has more voodoo power than most anyone ever, more than she could control. Turns out she lost control of her mind not too long ago, and she killed a lot of good people. She was an Avenger, and, well, she was the reason the old Avengers stopped being Avengers. She went nuts and attacked her own team, killed half of them. And 2 days ago, the X-Men and the Avengers got together to try and figure out what to do with her. They went to Genosha where Magneto was keeping her, and when they did, the world went white, and he woke up to this. Now the world has no X-Men, there ain't no Avengers, and it's all run by mutants. A damn mutant utopia. Hawkeye walks up asking, what about him? What was he like before the world went white? Wolverine stares for a moment, and then says he died. Clint Barton was killed by the witch. Wolverine then looks at Luke, asking, does he believe him? And Luke says yeah. Not expecting that answer, Wolverine asks, why? And Luke motions to the little girl in the corner, saying, her. That girl walked up to me out of the blue and said exactly what you just said. X-Men, Avengers, Hawkeye died. She didn't know how it happened, but she knew it happened. In detail, every single thing. Wolverine looks at the young girl and kneels down asking what is her name. And the young girl says, Layla. Wolverine takes her hand asking her if she can hear what he's thinking. And she says, what? No. She just woke up the other day and everything was all, whatever this is. Is she crazy? Felicia asks, why would that girl of all people remember the world? Wolverine gets up saying that he's been mind wiped so many times, he can't remember anything before a certain time. Up to and including today. All he ever wanted was... Wolverine pauses for a moment and looks at Layla again saying, it's all I ever wanted. Wolverine turns to everyone saying, Magneto got his daughter to give them all what they always wanted, so that he could have what he always wanted. And if there's one person who can help them... A few minutes later, in the Summers residence, Cloak teleports everyone in just as Emma Frost unlocks the door and walks inside. Emma stares at everyone asking, is this a robbery? Actually, don't even answer. Yeah, don't even worry about not being able to answer because that's me telling your brain what to do, and I don't want to hear from you. Do you even know what they do to humans that... Wait, what? What the hell was that? What did you just think? How do you know me? Wolverine tells her that she's in his brain. Take a look. Emma glances over at Layla asking, what the hell is this? Layla says she didn't say anything, but as Emma looks into her mind, she sees the truth of what happened to the world. And she sees something else, somewhere dark. Charles. Emma screams as she detaches from Layla, asking Wolverine, is he kidding her with this? House of Magnus? House of Magnus? They are going to find Magneto and oh, that is it! We are going to kill him and his kids. Wolverine opens the fridge and grabs a beer saying he's got no problems with that, but she's going to need more than just them. And even if they do, that still doesn't mean the whole damn world ain't screwed for good. A few moments later, Emma continues to look through Layla's mind when suddenly the sound of keys hitting the floor can be heard. Emma looks back at Cyclops saying, hi honey, and Wolverine says, hey bub. Cyclops asks what the hell is going on here, and Emma tells Layla to do it the way they talked about. This is Scott Summers. Just relax and focus. As Layla and Cyclops lock eyes, he sees the world before, and Emma tells him to hold it together. Steady? Everything's okay. After vomiting, Cyclops sits back up asking, the whole world? The whole world? How could Magneto have done this to the entire world? This! Where's the professor? Wolverine says that's just it. They haven't found him yet. He's been to the school, which ain't a school anymore. Everyone else is scattered. There is only just a few of them. Cyclops starts pulling his tie off, asking who can they find? Later in the streets of New York, Peter Parker is out with his wife, son, Aunt May, and Uncle Ben, when he suddenly sees a wall of people in front of him. Peter asks, can he help them? And Layla stares into his eyes saying, sorry, all of Peter's memories come rushing back to him, and he stumbles back, telling them to stop. Stop it! Gwen asks if everything is okay, but when Peter looks at her, he remembers what happened to her, and the snap. Ben walks up asking what's happening, and when Peter looks back at him, he screams. Gwen looks to Emma asking what the hell did they just do? But Emma psychically tells her to go play in the park and have a nice day. As Peter's family leaves, Cyclops asks who wants to talk to him, and Wolverine says he'll do it. Later, up on a building alone, Peter wails and wipes the tears from his eyes, saying this is all a trick, right? It's gotta be Mysterio or some hallucination. Please, please just say he snapped. Say this is not real. He can handle that. Wolverine says, sorry, but this didn't happen to just him. Peter picks himself up, saying he swears to God he's gonna kill him. Magneto, his stupid daughter, he is going to kill them with his bare hands. He's not gonna be able to stop himself. Wolverine tells him not to worry. He won't even get the chance. It'll already be done. Wolverine and the others begin taking Layla around, recruiting people that can help them. Kitty Pryde, Stephen Strange, Carol Danvers, Tony Stark, Matt Murdock, and Jennifer Walters. But as they come to Cap, they just see Cap is an old man. As the team looks on, Cyclops asks, is that really him? And Emma says that she had to see it for herself, and he is no use to them like this. With the roster ever growing, Emma asks everyone, is there anyone who doubts that this is what happened to them? No one says anything, but Emma looks at Hawkeye, saying she can hear his thoughts loud and clear. The only way he will believe them is to let Layla do what she does and unlock his memories from his life before this one. Hawkeye yells that what he wants is for her mutant mind out of his head. But before they could go on, there's a quiet rumble, and suddenly the walls burst in. Rogue steps in, asking if they would be so kind and get their hands and claws in the air. They're all under arrest. Everyone quickly jumps in for a fight, but as Rogue grabs a hold of Layla, she absorbs part of her power. The rest of the Red Guard sees the world from before, and the fighting quickly stops. Wolverine looks at Mystique to help her up, but she slaps him, and Wolverine asks, feeling better now? Mystique rubs her hand, saying that she might have broken it, and Wolverine tells her to save it for the guy who did this to them. Rogue stands up, saying she never felt anything like that before, and Emma says none of them have. Cyclops then tells everyone that they can have their nervous breakdowns later. They need to get it together. Carol asks, what's the plan now? And Wolverine says they go straight to Magneto. Guarantee ya, he knows exactly where Xavier is. Meanwhile, over in the beautiful city of Genosha, Magneto looks out at the buildings, and Lorna tells him that their guests will be arriving soon. Victor Von Doom will be here in half an hour. Magneto tells her he'll be there. He just needs a little more time. As she leaves, Magneto looks over the plaque in the middle of the garden and walks over to it. He reads the words, Xavier Memorial Garden. He died so Genosha could live. As night fell, celebrities and people of power all visit the House of Magnus to pay tribute. King T'Challa from the African Commonwealth of Wakanda, King of Latveria, Victor Von Doom, even Janice Vell from the Kree Empire, Princess Aurora of Kenya, and King Namor of the Kingdom of Atlantis. And once the crowd quiets down, the speaker announces the honorary House of Magnus. But as everyone claps, one of the guards noticed something falling from the sky. It begins to fall faster and faster until everyone can clearly see what it is. A sentinel. Magneto gets up and stops the sentinel before it can land, and then Wolverine leads the charge with all of the heavy hitters. But as the fight begins, up in the garden area, Cloak teleports Emma and Layla as they search for Xavier. Emma looks around the serene courtyard when she sees a rock with the plaque on it. As she reads the words, she falls to her knees saying, "Oh my God, oh no." Layla asks, "Is this it?" And Cloak tells them to wait. He sinks into the ground, and after a few moments, he returns saying, "There's nothing there. No coffin, no body, just dirt. It's not over yet." But as the fight rages on the steps of the House of Magnus, Doctor Strange notices a light coming from high up in one of the towers. Strange sends an astral projection of himself up and sees Wanda inside playing with her children, and she says he is looking rather vibrant. Strange says she was just down there, and Wanda tells him that wasn't her body. She just sent that body so she can watch the children, something her father can show off on occasions. As Strange floats down, he asks, does she remember him? And she tells him of course. He was there at the birth of her children. How did he find himself here? Strange tells her that she brought them here. She created Layla to bring them here. Wanda looks back saying, "I don't know who that is." And Strange says, of course not. She has created so much lately. Did she create her father as well? There were rumors of his death and his somewhat puzzling rebirth before all this became what it became. Was that her as well? How long has she been playing with the world? Wanda puts one of the blocks together, saying he is full of questions, and she cannot fully understand them. One of the children says, "Playtime isn't talk time." And Strange apologizes, saying, "But they have little time." He is concerned for everyone's safety. Wanda asks, "What does he mean?" And Strange waves his hand, telling her that their friends are fighting over her father, right outside. Soon, the bricks in the walls start to separate, and Wanda can see the war unfolding within her home. Wanda sighs, saying, "No one should be fighting. The purpose of all this was that there would be no more fighting." She really doesn't understand people. Strange asks, where is Magneto? Where is Charles Xavier? Wanda seemingly ignores the questions, saying that he wanted her to be happy. He wanted all of them to be happy. Strange asks, is that what Magneto said? And Wanda turns to him, saying it's more complicated than that. They have to understand, he was trying to save her. A light begins to form, and the memory of Magneto and Quicksilver begins to play. It was the same as before, but this time it showed what happened after. Wanda could hear them, the arguing and shouting between her brother and father. Wanda said that she knows her friends are coming, and she will allow what needs to be done. But is she a coward for not wanting to kill herself, even though she knows she should? Quicksilver scoffs, saying that their father chose his mutant race over his own children. They were just little kids, and he abandoned them. They were supposed to be a family. Wanda says that she would have liked that. She'd do anything to make that happen. And Quicksilver pauses for a moment and says she could. She could make it happen. She could make everyone happy. Xavier's mind is already inside hers, right? And with her powers, she can use them. Really, there's nothing she can't do. In an instant, not only could they have what they deserve, she could give it to their friends as well. Father could be given everything he dreamed of. They can finally be a family. They would all be happy, and they wouldn't bother them anymore. Wanda says she can't, but Quicksilver gets up, telling her that she can change things for the better, permanently, without fighting right now. Why would she have been given this power if not for this reason? It might be that this is what she's supposed to do, and if she doesn't, then they are going to kill her. Strange's eyes widen as he watches, saying, it wasn't Magneto, it was Pietro. Strange then asks Emma if she's listening, and she tells him to ask her where is Xavier. Strange looks back to Wanda and asks, but as he does, there's a quiet chuk, and Wanda falls to the ground with an arrow in her back. Back in the garden, Magneto appears, asking why are they doing this to his family? Who are they? Emma tells Layla to focus, and suddenly, Magneto sees the truth. But up in the tower, Hawkeye reaches for another arrow, and Wanda asks why would he do that? The arrow in her back starts to disappear, and Hawkeye asks why? She killed him! They were friends! He loved her! He'd kill for her! Wanda says she loved him too. And Hawkeye screams asking why did she kill them then? Why did she do this? And Wanda tells him that she brought him back. Hawkeye readies the next arrow, saying she doesn't even know what she's done. But then one of the children yells, "Shut up!" And before Hawkeye could release the arrow, his body begins to dissolve and fade away. Strange looks back, and Wanda says that she didn't mean it. He was so mad at her. She needed to protect the children. She can't control any of it. Back outside, Quicksilver uses his speed to continuously keep everyone down. But there is a rumble, and a booming voice yells, "This ends." Pieces of metal quickly begin to swirl and coil around everyone as Magneto steps through, and he looks at Quicksilver asking, "What have you done in my name, boy?" Quicksilver screams, "They were going to kill her!" Magneto stares, saying he used him and his sister. He would have never allowed this. You've destroyed everything and everyone, and you used my name to do it! What right did you have? Using the lumps of scattered metal, Magneto slams each piece over and over into Quicksilver until there is a scream. Wanda cries out for her brother, and as Magneto calls out to her, she removes his mouth. Wanda floats down to the broken body of Quicksilver and holds out her hand, mending his wounds and reviving him. Everyone quietly watches, and Wanda tells Magneto that Pietro just wanted him to be happy. He treated them like babies. Why? Because he thinks he is actually better than everyone? The arrogance of him. He thinks because they're mutants that they are better than them? That we deserve to rule? That's what he was given, and look what it became. Even after getting what he wanted, he is still a horrible man. They're not the next step. They're not gods. They're freaks. Look at us, Daddy. We're freaks. Mutants. You chose this over us, and you ruined us. Daddy? Emma pauses for a moment. Oh no. And with clarity in her mind, Wanda utters the words, "No more mutants." The world turns white once again. The next morning in Avengers Tower, Peter wakes up, but this time not to a screaming baby. He looks over and MJ asks, "Is he okay? He should probably avoid getting hit on the head so much by big mechanical octopus arms." Peter wanders into the meeting room with a few others, and She-Hulk asks what happened. One minute they're fighting in Genosha, and next she was tucked into her bed. Luke asks Peter, is he okay? And Pete asks, does he remember? Luke tells him, yeah. MJ? And Peter says no. She doesn't remember. Jessica Drew looks over and asks what they are talking about. Remember what? Iron Man then walks in asking who called this meeting. And Peter asks how are they here? They were just there and now here? Luke asks, does Iron Man not remember either? And Iron Man asks, what is he supposed to remember? Peter slams his fists on the table and screams. He lifts them up and slams them again and begins crying. Carol stands up saying everything is back to normal now, right? Everything seems okay? But then a weak voice tells them, not quite. And a nearly defeated Doctor Strange walks in. Outside of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Emma wakes up in the courtyard to the screams of Kitty Pryde. She quickly gets up and runs inside and sees Kitty asking what happened. The students! Emma sees all of the panicked children and Kitty repeats what Wanda said. No more mutants. She said no more mutants. Emma then tells everyone that it's okay. They just need to figure out what to do. Cyclops then tells Nightcrawler that some of them still have their powers. They need to find Wolverine. If his powers were removed, then his skeleton will kill him. Nightcrawler quickly starts teleporting to all of the places where Wolverine would normally be. But when he teleports out into the field, he sees him. He reaches down, but Wolverine shoots up saying that he remembers his whole life. He remembers all of it. Back inside, Emma rushes to Cerebra to see the extent of Wanda's command. And when the projection appears before her, she sees that they're gone. All of the mutants are gone. Cyclops asks, where is Wanda Maximoff? And Emma says that she doesn't see her. She doesn't see anyone. Beast storms in behind, asking, where is Xavier? Find Xavier! But Emma begins to cry, saying, he's not. Back at the tower, everyone watches as reports from all over the world start to confirm what everyone is thinking. Wanda removed the mutant gene from everyone across the world. Strange begins to rub his head, saying it would seem only those who were there at the event, those protected by Emma's psychic defense and his spellcasting, remember the events that transpired. Cap asks, is there any way to locate Wanda? And Strange says he's tried a few times before he came here, and he cannot. He cannot find any sign of her. Iron Man asks, is he all right? And Strange stares at him, saying his duties as master of the mystic arts are simple. Protect this world from an attack just like this. He's failed. Completely. Just then, Iron Man gets an alert. Jarvis says it would seem that, and Iron Man says, yeah, he knows. Someone is at the mansion. A few moments later, at the ruins of their former home, the Avengers step inside, and She-Hulk asks, what is this? On the wall before them is the pinned-up costume of Hawkeye, with an article reading, Avenger Hawkeye dead. Mystery surrounds the fallen hero's fate. Cap smiles, and Carol asks, what does this mean? But over in Genosha, Magneto shuffles through the city when he kicks up a metal fork. He looks down at it and holds his arm out, but nothing happens. Just then, a voice calls out asking, where is she? Magneto falls to his knees, and Cyclops fires an optic blast before him, asking, where is she? Wolverine then jumps and slams Magneto's head into the ground, all while he says, I don't know. Wolverine pops his claws and holds them to Magneto's neck, saying, he lost his power over metal, huh? Everyone begins asking questions. Where is Charles? Where's Quicksilver? Where's Wanda? And to each of them, Magneto says, I don't know. Emma reads his mind and says, he's telling the truth. Wolverine leans in, saying, they're just about out of reasons to keep him on this planet then. But before Wolverine could do anything, Rogue says this isn't his fault. Wolverine pulls his claws back, saying, yeah, and the way I see it, Magneto deserves every second of the rest of his crap sapien life. And when we find your kids, and we will, we'll be sure to say hi for you. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Wanda walks through a bazaar, smiling and saying hello to everyone she comes across. But if she's alive, is she no longer a mutant? Can she not control reality? And what of Xavier? These questions remain unknown. Back in the day, things were a lot different in New York for Luke Cage. There were always mutants, but they mostly stayed in the closet, kept quiet, and didn't draw attention. These days, though, they're everywhere. Doesn't matter if the people are black, white, yellow, or red, unless they are all the same dude. Now mutants are sitting on the top of the ladder, and humans, well, they say there won't be none left in 100 years. But one night, while Luke was getting his bearings back in the big city, he bumped into a mutant. Guy was made like a literal bull, and he didn't take kindly to Luke causing him to spill his drink. And when he decided to take out some frustrations on a sape, Luke let him have it right across the jaw. This only made the mutant angry, and just like any bull in a fit of rage, he charged at Luke. Except when he slammed into Luke, he broke his horns. But Luke had other business to tend to in Harlem, an old friend by the name Willis Stryker. And Luke wasn't going to be very subtle about it, not after smashing through a wall into Willis's club. Just like New York, things were different back then with Willis. They were practically brothers. Willis was a mutant, and Luke was just a poor kid. However, that didn't matter to them. They'd soon start getting into trouble, taking things that didn't belong to them. But then along came Rava. Rava went for Luke, and not Willis. And Willis thought that it was because he was a mutant. So one night, Willis planted some drugs in Luke's apartment, just enough to get charges with intent to distribute. Willis then got what he wanted, and no one would blame Rava either. But she already knew something was off. That heroin that was planted on Luke, it was supposed to be sold, and when it didn't, someone had to pay. Not Willis though. He walked away without a scratch. He always did. It was Rava who paid the price. Willis wasn't the one who shot Rava, but he might as well have been. For Luke though, he was sent to Seagate Prison in the Florida swamps. At Seagate, they like their inmates to shut up and do what they're told, which made it hard when the guards were nothing but a bunch of racist rednecks who got off on beating dudes who couldn't fight back. But even as Luke spent his time in solitary or the infirmary, the world outside kept turning. There was a war between mutants and humans, and it didn't go so well for the humans. That's when Dr. Jonas Harrow came in and offered a way to reduce Luke's sentence by injecting him with Lord knows what. Something about creating super soldiers and serving the country. But after a while, Luke couldn't take it and broke out. The experiments must have worked because he was tearing metal with his bare hands. Not to mention the shotgun blast to him didn't really do much of anything. The scientists must not have been too worried since no one came after him, which worked out fine since everyone was more distracted that Magneto had actually won the war. Suddenly, everyone wanted to be Homo superior. And thanks to the Transformer mutants Magneto sent around the world, some of them got their wish. But all that didn't matter to Luke. The world was changing, and he only cared about one thing. Or one person in this case. Back in the present, Willis wastes no time trying to put Luke down. Except it's hard to cut someone whose skin is indestructible. So Willis tried something else, spitting acid in Luke's eyes. Where that worked a little, slowing Luke down for a bit, Willis forgot that you can't really bite down on skin made of steel. Luke punched Willis through a wall, and Willis resorted to a last-ditch effort to try and stop Luke once and for all, with a grenade. The grenade went off and did a lot of damage, but only to one person. As the smoke and fire faded, all of Willis's underlings came running in, asking if their boss was okay. Luke stepped up through the debris, saying, "Boss?" He likes the sound of that. Turns out Willis's crew liked it too. Luke eventually moved out of Harlem over to Hell's Kitchen, a place where all the humans have been going. People called it Sapient Town. Luke then started clearing out the territories, starting with Cockroach Hamilton, then Piranha Jones, and then Hammerhead. One night while doing a job, Luke and his crew were caught off guard by a man named Hawkeye. Hawkeye happened to be pulling the same heist at the same place, but word on the street was Hawkeye was doing it more as a statement rather than for the haul. So Luke had a little business proposition for him, and soon after, the crew started looking for new blood. First up was the man people called Iron Fist. Iron Fist wasn't too receptive at first, if the punch to Luke's face was any indication, but the scuffle brought on the eyes of another, Moon Knight. Moon Knight was ex-CIA, wanted for war crimes during the human-mutant wars. Dude was hardcore, seen it all, done it all, killed it all. He and Iron Fist were both sapients, who had reasons to hate the House of M, and to be hated by them. Not long after that, Hawkeye found himself a lady. Ex-SHIELD agent pushed out when the mutants took over. Codename Mockingbird. Things were going well for the crew. They were making a name for themselves while keeping out of sight. But one day when walking home, Luke found a group of humans beating on a mutant, or at least someone who could pass off for one. After clearing the humans out, Luke learned that the woman's name was Tigra, and that she was shot by the humans. Things started to get complicated after that, so much so that the police were starting to keep watch. But without much going on, they sent in their finest to go undercover, Officer Misty Knight. A few months went by since Misty got into the crew, and Luke finally allowed her to go on a combat mission. They were fighting against the Dragons, a rival mob run by Shang-Chi. The Dragons were based in Chinatown, but started making moves into Sapient Town. Eventually, the Sons of the Tiger got involved, and it turned into an all-out brawl. However, Luke told everyone that this isn't about some turf war, but instead they need to band together if they want to survive. Soon, the fighting died down, but Misty knew that it would be difficult to get any hard evidence on criminal activity by Cage. He was too smart, but the closer she could get, the more opportunities would arise. But while Misty set her roots down in Luke's crew, there was another human who was about to have his whole world changed. Frank Castle was in Central Park with his wife and children when they stumbled upon a murder in progress. Frank used his training to take down one of the mutants and take his gun, then ruthlessly kill the others. Later, after being picked up by the police, John Proudstar of the FBI was sent in to figure out what happened. But Thunderbird already knew the stories of Frank Castle, retired U.S. Marine Corps, the Punisher. Thunderbird said that he is actually there to offer him a position in a new strike force being made to crack down on organized crime. Frank figured that he was only being asked because he would probably be the only human on this team, so they can show they're not prejudiced. Off the records, he was right. But for a human with his sort of skills, he would fit well in the roster. The others being the Blob, Avalanche, Boom Boom, Taskmaster, and Feral. Together, they're called the Brotherhood. Welcome to the family. But back with Misty, she continued her investigation, but everyone is tight-lipped about their backgrounds, especially Cage. However, as Thunderbird looks over Misty's report, he looks up saying some of her phrasing. It sounds almost like admiration for what these people are doing. Misty tells him it's not that, but she can see why the people love and protect them. They are like the guardians of a minority community, wanted to be seen as equals. Thunderbird says she might want to reconsider her thoughts on the matter. They may end up removing her, or even firing her if he so chooses. Which also means that she'd have to turn in her weapons, including that bionic arm that the department has provided her with. So if she wants to do the right thing, they must stop Luke from becoming the symbol of the people of Sapient Town. She'll help arrange a conflict between Cage and the Dragons. Once they've beaten on each other, the police will move in, taking both groups into custody in one fell swoop. Misty asks, how are they going to take down a man who's bulletproof? And Thunderbird pulls out a gun saying, with this. This pistol fires specially designed bullets with an adamantium core. It'll pierce Cage's skin like a hot knife through butter. Now here's the plan. A few nights later, they got a tip that some tech used in those inhibitor collars was passing through their part of town. However, the Dragons also got this tip. Luke made a break for the cargo, but as he ripped the doors off the semi, Thunderbird and the Brotherhood sprang out. Thunderbird ordered Misty to take the shot, but when she hesitated, he told Taskmaster to do it. But as Taskmaster pulled the trigger, Tigra jumped in the way to take the shot. Luke fought his way through, asking what happened, and Thunderbird tells Misty that she was given an order: shoot now or be ready to be thrown in prison. Misty then looks down at her gun and fires. There's a split second when Luke looks up to see the gun aimed towards him, but the shot Misty took, it's in the Blob's eye. Misty elbows Thunderbird back, saying she made her choice. They can have her badge, but if they want her arm, they're gonna have to take it. As Misty pushes Avalanche away, Thunderbird grabs his radio and tells Taskmaster that Misty has gone rogue. Take her out! But Misty grabs the radio and fires a shot next to it, sending an ear-splitting ring through, causing Taskmaster to drop his gun. Hawkeye fires a smoke arrow to give everyone cover. But Frank Castle walks through, telling everyone to get down on their knees and put their hands behind their heads. Luke picks up Tigra, asking was he the one who shot her? And Frank tells him no, that wasn't him. A second later, Hawkeye lets loose an arrow into the barrel of Frank Castle's gun, saying he really shouldn't take his eyes off the target. Mockingbird asks whose side is he supposed to be on? But Luke tells her to leave him. They're going to split while they can. As everyone leaves, Misty looks back, telling Frank that if he ever gets a second thought about who he's working for, look them up. With everyone gone, Frank returns to Thunderbird, and Thunderbird asks, where is everyone? Frank says, they got away. And Thunderbird turns to Avalanche, telling him to collapse the streets as far as he can. It's not too late. Frank yells that they can't do that, they're civilians. And Avalanche says, yeah, Blob is under there. Thunderbird tells them that a few tons of rock won't hurt the Blob. As for the civilians, anyone on the streets of Sapient Town at this hour is up to no good. And with that, Avalanche brought down the entire neighborhood. The next day, Luke buried Tigra, then planned a heist on a bank. They managed to steal the money, but they didn't keep it. Instead, they gave every last penny to the families of those who were killed or injured in the battle, or had lost their homes. Frank knew of this from his informant, but decided not to tell Thunderbird about it. Soon after, the people started spray painting an A around town, said it stood for Avengers, because they're the only ones humans feel can deliver real justice. But it didn't stop there. Luke started to work with his old enemies, convincing them that they'd all be better as allies. Treaties were made between Shang-Chi and his dragons, along with the Wolf Pack, a gang of superpowered sapient kids from the Bronx, and even Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, who has taken over Silvermane's old territory when he got pinched. But while Thunderbird and his team were making waves trying to keep up, Frank started to feel resentment with how some of the other members had been treating their suspects. Specifically one night where Blob and Taskmaster got a little aggressive with some humans just spray painting the Avengers symbol on a wall. However, when Frank said he wanted out, Thunderbird asked what would happen to him, or even his family, if he'd left. Maybe just taking a day off would do him some good. Word of Frank's outburst traveled to Misty, which got Luke to thinking. He told her to reach out to Castle. They might be able to work something out. Several months later, Frank, still on the strike team, brings in a group of humans that were caught with a trunk full of China White in Dragon territory. The officer on shift asks if he wants to book them, but Frank tells him no. He wants to have a little off-the-record chat before that. The guard laughs, saying they'll put a do not disturb sign on the door. Once the door shuts, Frank says, okay, cameras off. What happened to his family? Luke sits down, saying his family's all right. Misty called in just before they left, saying they were outside the Wakandan embassy. That is all he can say for now in case things go bad from here. But whatever happens, they'll be in Wakanda by tomorrow. But outside the office, Taskmaster walks in, and the guards tell him they weren't expecting him tonight. Taskmaster says he was just bored and wanted to see if there was any action. And the guard says the castle just brought in 3 dealers for a chat. They're in room 2. Elsewhere, Frank asks, does this guy know what he's doing? And Luke says Hobie here is a whiz with machines. Hobie then says that he's done infecting their systems and any others that they're connected to with what's called a computer virus. Nothing will happen until someone tries to access files on them, or Mr. Castle here. Then it'll erase them all. But as Frank leads everyone out, they see Taskmaster outside, and Taskmaster says that's some interesting company he'd be keeping around. Luke tells Iron Fist to get the others out. He'll deal with this one personally. Taskmaster fires an arrow, saying that's a dumb move. But as the arrow just crumples and bounces off, Luke says, see, That steel hard thing, it's more than just a figure of speech. As Luke walks forward, Taskmaster tries firing every type of arrow he has, from acid, shock, and explosive, all with the same result: nothing. Once Luke is within range, Taskmaster swings his sword, but it shatters as it hits Luke, and he says, "Oh God, wait, I can pay you!" Luke grabs him by his cape, telling him he's definitely gonna pay. A short while later, at the Wakandan embassy, the aides tell Luke that King T'Challa has granted Mr. Castle asylum. He will leave on the next hovercraft departing for their country. Frank then shakes Luke's hand, saying if there's anything he can do to repay them, and Luke tells him no. Enjoy the freedom and his family. Keep them safe. As Luke and Misty leave, Misty says it felt like this was a bit more than just survival, but Luke stops her, saying he is no freedom fighter. Misty then tells him they could be. There's a bigger world out there, a bigger movement, one that might have a place for them. Luke says he's just an ex-con from Harlem, but Misty pauses and kisses him, saying he's more than just that. Later at the hospital, Blob tells Thunderbird that the doctors say he won't be able to talk again, or use his hands right either. Thunderbird walks out of the room, saying he has no sympathy for Taskmaster. To think that all these years he passed himself off as a mutant when he was just an enhanced sapient, and now Castle has been taken from them, they are nothing more than a joke. They are just going to have to extend their reach a bit. Perhaps they can come to an understanding and make a deal with Kingpin. As years passed, Luke and his crew received a message from Frank all the way over in Wakanda. He says that this has become something much bigger than them. It has become the survival for sapiens as a free people. The King of Wakanda, the Black Panther, he's one of them. This is the last country on Earth where sapiens aren't considered obsolete. That's the good news. The bad news is that everyone knows Magneto won't let a place like that exist much longer. There's a war coming, and they've been preparing for it. And they'll need all the help that they can get. If they're interested, they could use him. If not, he'd understand. They know how to reach him. As the device burns out, Hobie says that the self-destruct mechanism dissolved the device on a molecular level. Probably used a vibranium trigger. He's going to Wakanda. Luke tells him that he can't. They need him here. But Hobie says that they don't. Hawkeye can make his own arrowheads now. Besides, have they seen that place? It's a haven for sapiens, with some of the most advanced tech in the world. He'll be respected there. His work will matter. If he stays, he could get killed. He'd rather die fighting for their freedom than just slinking around in the shadows. As Hobie leaves, Mockingbird says he's not the only one, and Hawkeye asks, what? Luke looks at Misty, telling her to talk some sense into these two, but Misty remains quiet. Luke asks what's gotten into her, but Misty yells that they've had this conversation before. The world's bigger than Sapient Town. It doesn't matter if they can control the neighborhood when there's a whole damn planet out there. And it's not just Wakanda. Rumors have it that the Atlanteans, the Inhumans, folks that stayed neutral last time are getting involved. Luke folds his arms, saying that all his life people have been saying they're looking out for the big picture. What it usually means is the little guy gets screwed. His fight is here, and here is where he's staying. Misty begins to walk out with Mockingbird, saying that it seems they've all made up their minds then. Several days later, at the office of Kingpin, Thunderbird slams his fist on the desk, saying he is rapidly losing his patience with all of this. It's been years, and he has turned a blind eye to all the criminal activity. Unless there are results soon, the FBI and NYPD are going to come down on him like the wrath of God. Bullseye tells Thunderbird he's a pretty mouthy guy for someone outnumbered. And Thunderbird asks, does he really want to see how outnumbered he is? As Thunderbird lets himself out, Black Cat says that if they're going to be working tonight, she's going to need to head home first. Feed the cats, take care of some things. Kingpin looks back, saying that she won't have to do that. He knows that she's been feeding information to Luke Cage. Black Cat says she doesn't know who, but Kingpin stops her, saying not to insult him. She wants out of the organization, and she sees Luke as her ticket. He's been aware of her actions from the start. He has made sure she fed him only the information he wanted Luke to have. So thanks to her, he dies tonight. And so does she. All of Kingpin's thugs take turns hitting Black Cat. But as they finish, Kingpin takes her and throws her out of the office window. Over on a construction site in Sapient Town, Luke and Misty wait. And Luke says it's 5 past. And he doesn't see any of her Wakandan pals. Misty tells him not to take out his personal problems on her. He knows that they are careful about meeting. The message said they'd be here, so they'll be here. But Hawkeye runs up yelling that they aren't going to believe this. Mockingbird is gone. Hobie too. They left a note saying they hopped on a royal jet to Wakanda. Luke asks Misty, did she know any of this? And Misty says that Mockingbird must have thought she'd tell him. However, Black Cat swings in, beaten and cut, yelling, it's a trap! It's a... Off in the distance, Thunderbird tells Avalanche to bring it down. As the ground begins to shake, Luke yells, Cloak, we need you, now! Suddenly, a giant cloak expands, covering everyone, and then fades into nothing. Thunderbird asks, what the hell is that? A teleporter? Stop them! Don't let them get away! A few moments later, in an abandoned warehouse, Cloak opens up the portal, letting everyone out, and Misty asks, who the hell is that? And when did he get here? Luke says, the name's Cloak. This was actually a place where drugs were tested on people. But when he came here, it was too late to save the kids. Except for Cloak. He's been keeping him on the down low. An ace in the hole if they ever needed it. Later, in Kingpin's office, Thunderbird tells Kingpin via a computer call that they need to take care of this now. But be on guard. If they have a teleporter, they could be anywhere. Kingpin says that his assassins are the best in the world. The Avengers coming here would be his fondest wish. Kingpin hears a voice telling him, then they can call him Santa Claus, and this must be Christmas. As Cloak unfurls, the portal opens up, and Luke charges in with the others, crashing right into Kingpin's thugs. While everyone focuses on the assassins, Luke pushes his way to Kingpin, and Kingpin tells him that only a businessman can survive this city. Luke swings, saying that he's been surviving here all his life. He tried to do business with them, but they played him, made it personal. As Luke punches into Kingpin's face, he slams over and over, saying that they are going to make it real personal. Once he's done, Luke turns to the computer with Thunderbird on it, asking, did he hear all that? 'Cause there's a new Kingpin in town, and he's coming for you next. As the call disconnects, Thunderbird asks, does he want a war? Fine, they'll give him a war. Give the word, the purge of Sapient Town is a go. In 24 hours, it'll be clear of subversives, or it'll be a pile of smoldering ash. As the days went on, there were more and more reports of Thunderbird cleaning out all the criminals plaguing Sapient Town, openly calling out that anyone protecting or harboring these people should be afraid, because they are coming. While the report finishes, Misty says that Thunderbird wasn't after those people. It's an excuse to start ripping the city apart. Luke sighs, saying he knew this day would come. Okay, anyone who wants out of all this, to go to Wakanda and not look back, this is their chance. No one will think any less of them. As everyone gears up, Iron Fist says that he really hopes they didn't expect anyone to take him up on that. And while everyone stands ready, Luke asks, is that a go for all of them? And Hawkeye says, hell yeah it is. But his costume is staying on. Luke says, all right, Thunderbird has the FBI, the cops, and the House of M backing them. So they're going to have to listen to his plan very carefully, and then they'll show them what it means to be an Avenger. A short while later, over in the Midtown North Precinct, Cloak begins to appear and opens a portal letting one person through. Inside, Luke comes crashing down and starts ripping the metal bars off everyone's cells and breaking their inhibitor cuffs. Some people Luke has fought before, but he tells them that whatever beef they had before is gone as of now. Sapient Town needs them, and the only way they're getting out of here is together. And as the enhanced Sapiens start breaking out, Thunderbird runs in saying this is about to get real close and personal. He lunges straight for Luke, telling him that there will be no more running, no more hiding. Luke says to take a good look. Does this look like running? Luke then punches Thunderbird into a car, but Thunderbird gets back up with the car and bashes it across Luke's chest. While the others keep the crew busy, Thunderbird punches into Luke, telling him it's over. Every last soul in his precious Sapient Town is going to see him fall. Luke grits his teeth, pushing back off the car he was on, and throws it into Thunderbird, shouting, "Like hell they are!" As Luke punches over and over, he says that they were the ones who started this, telling them that they were nothing, that they should all just lie down and die. Well, he got a message for all the people who wrote them off. They will not lie down. Not for him, not for anyone. Once Thunderbird lays motionless on the ground, Luke tells Cloak to open a portal, but Misty tells him to wait and look around. All of the people are cheering for him. Luke laughs, telling Thunderbird it doesn't matter if he heard what was said. The people heard. Later, back at the hideout, Luke pours Misty a glass, asking, is she still going? And she tells him she has to. She'll stick around for a bit and help clean up and make sure the town gets back on its feet, but she really believes the movement in Wakanda is where she needs to be. And whether he wants to admit it or not, they are a part of something greater. Luke says he knows. Seeing all the faces of those people, he realized that she was right, but he can't go just yet. This is his home. And as long as there are people here who need protecting, this is where he belongs. And if there is anything she needs from them, she knows all she has to do is say the word. Misty smiles, saying, the same goes for him. It doesn't matter if they're a world apart, she'll always be his friend. And she'll always be an Avenger. Now come on, in times like these, we should celebrate while we have the chance. In the dark, quiet castle in Subterranea, its ruler, Mole Man, sits on his throne, thinking, waiting. One of his Moloids tells him that the enemy has broken through the last of their outer perimeter. It won't be long before they're here. Mole Man says to let them come. They can't stop them. And just outside the throne room, the Moloids fight against an impossible team. One of the loyal guards charges, yelling that they won't take him without a fight. They will protect their master. They're not afraid of them. Victor Von Doom, the liquid metal man, tells him that they should be. There is a reason, after all, that they are called the Fearsome Four. Doom, along with his wife Valeria, the Invincible Woman, son Kristoff, the Inhuman Torch, and the household pet, the It. Valeria telekinetically cuts down the Moloids, and Kristoff burns away with his hellfire, and the It uses its brute strength to topple the largest of their opposition. After the easily won fight, It bashed down the doors to the inner chambers, and Doom tells Mole Man that it is time. He is the unstable leader of a dangerous rogue nation. He's ignored the will of the world community at his own peril, and now he must pay the price. Mole Man stands up, saying he thought he'd get a visit from Magneto himself, not one of his flunkies regurgitating House of M propaganda. Doom says that he serves no man, and certainly no mutant. Doom serves with Magneto. He does not serve Magneto. Mole Man laughs, saying that even he isn't that delusional. He can alter his body and his lackeys with dark sorcery and weird science all he wants. He can try to compete in a world owned by mutants. In the end, he is still only a human, and that makes him Magneto's trained monkey, no matter what powers he possesses. His cage just happens to be nicer than most. It is far better to die a king than live a slave. Doom reaches out, grabbing Mole Man by the throat, saying, "Die he shall. Time's up." And Doom grips tighter, and there's a loud snap. The next day, the family returns to their home of Latveria and receive praise for their valiant efforts for putting down the Mad King of Subterranea. It was a trivial matter, but Doom can safely look out on his balcony after all the ceremonies, knowing that this wonderful, beautiful land is all his. Or is it? Later that night, Doom puts it in his cage, telling the servants that it did well today. Extra meat today, extra rations of whatever he wants, clean blankets, and hose the filth off his cage. Nothing is too good for... Doom pauses, thinking back to what Mole Man said. Your cage just happens to be nicer than most. And when Doom needs counsel, he seeks it from his mother to help confirm his ideals. As she sits by the fire, she tells Doom to come and tell Mother what he has been up to. He says that it is nothing she needs to concern herself with, just attending to some affairs of the state, dealing with the leader of a rogue nation with whom he did not see eye to eye with. Doom's mother sighs, saying she hopes he has not been running errands again for that horrible mutant Magneto. Doom tells her that he does not run errands. He simply did what was in the best interest of Latveria, his kingdom. He has nothing to complain about. He has everything he could have ever wished for, does he not? He has her, a beautiful devoted wife, a bright young son, and he is the absolute ruler of one of the most powerful nations on the planet. Doom's mother nods, saying, "One of. But never mind her. She is just a ridiculous woman prattling on. She knows not what of she speaks. She only wants what's best for him, what he deserves." Just then, an aide knocks on the door, telling Doom that his presence is requested in the conference chamber. It is a request from the House of M. As Doom gets up to leave, his mother smiles, knowing that her son is in fact just a servant to the House of M. Once Doom enters the conference room, on the monitor, Magneto's son Petro says that he has a message for him. His father requests his presence in Genosha. Doom says that he is sorry, but he just recently returned to Latveria. He has other business to attend to first. He will contact Magneto at his earliest convenience. No sooner than Doom ends his call, that Petro appears in the doorway, saying that he misunderstands. Magneto's request was not a request. Later, in Genosha, Doom arrives telling the guard that he has come to see Magneto. The guard tells him to stay where he is. They will inform Lord Magnus of his arrival. A few moments later, after dispatching the guards, Magneto comes out saying, "Lord Doom, it is good to see you. Thank you for visiting." That business with the guards was unnecessary. Doom begins to say that he does not, and Magneto stops him, saying, yes, he knows. Petro, some privacy, and take that thing out of here. Honestly, he can't see why they don't use their sorcery to craft a less repugnant enforcer to round out their fantastic quartet. As Petro drags it away by his leash, Doom says that the it is a reminder of times gone by, of enemies vanquished. Keeping him near amuses him. Once the two are alone, Magneto asks how did the talks with the Mole King go. His territory sits on vast repositories of uranium and vibranium. Was he able to negotiate a satisfactory trade agreement? Doom says that the king was uncooperative. Negotiations are now irrelevant. Their empires shall divide the riches. Magneto says, Indeed, but might he give him a piece of advice, as a colleague and as a friend? Truly, he is a first among men. Among men. But ego and temper make for a dangerous combination, and he must be mindful. Doom ever so slightly bows his head, saying that is sage counsel. He looks forward to their next meeting. Once Doom leaves, he begins to kick it over and over in anger, asking, he dares to give Doom advice? First among men? Condescending mutant trash! As it whimpers, Doom puts back on his hood, saying, that didn't hurt. Get up. There's work to be done. This cannot continue. The House of M must fall. The House of M will fall. And from its ashes, a House of Doom will rise. Once he returns home, Doom thinks back to how this all came to be, how the strange quartet began. It all started when a rocket capsule returned from an ill-fated excursion into space and fell into the waters of Latveria. Inside, the crew's corpses were fantastically altered. Reed Richards, Susan Storm, John Jameson, each of them disfigured. It was that which gave him the idea, inspiration. But among the bodies was another, a thing, and it was still alive. Ben Grimm, in his altered form, asked for them to kill him. But Doom said no. He thinks not. They will examine him further. The It was the first member, and with that, Doom would have to create more. Using ancient secrets, forgotten alchemy, and the darkest magics, he would choose the two people closest to him for this honor. His family. He would be the final member of this team. A team combined with the combined power to rule the world. And to take it back from those abominations that have claimed it. They would be four. A fearsome four. And they would be utterly unstoppable. The next day, Magneto calls Doom to say that he is looking for a favor. He has done a commendable job keeping Latveria at the forefront of scientific and technological advancement. And after all, this is one of the primary reasons they keep him. Magneto clears his throat and corrects himself, saying that it is to say, this is why they take such care to keep on his good side. He is such an indispensable ally. He goes on saying that they understand that he has been involved with extra-dimensional research. They are hoping that he might direct them to some otherworldly plane that might be suitable for incarceration. As he knows, there has been some scattered resistance to the House of M, and there are some among this insurgency that he would see safely contained. Doom asks, enemies? If they have enemies, they should smite them. One does not suffer an opponent to live. One attacks, fast and without mercy. Magneto tells him yes, however, in his opinion, sometimes it is more prudent to allow adversaries to live. And some enemies are simply too valuable to kill. See what you can do about finding a suitable dimension, would you please? Shall we say, end of the week? Doom smiles, saying, absolutely, my lord. In fact, I would not be surprised if it was end of the day. Later at the labs, an engineer tells it that it would go in easier if he stopped squirming so much. The engineer begins to drill into the It's back, but then stops when he sees Doom, saying, they have excellent news. They have managed to extract several samples from the deepest levels of its silicoderma. They expect a full analysis will yield a wealth of information on the properties of cosmic rays. After that, reversing or even enhancing the effects should be a matter of. Doom tells him that can wait. He has need of the creature. It wobbles up, asking, these tests, you find way to change my form? Doom says that was the general idea, but do not be concerned with such questions, monster. Any answer he would give would be so far beyond his intellectual grasp, it would be a waste of both their time. Besides, the extra-dimensional transporter awaits. As Valeria and Kristoff gather, the technicians activate the portal, saying that they have the coordinates tuned to his exact specifications. Doom tells everyone to come, and as they walk into the glowing blue light, they disappear and reappear in another dimension. Kristoff looks around saying, "Whoa, there are people here!" And Valeria asks, "Does it matter?" And Doom says, "They know what to do." Kristoff then yells, "Hellfire on!" and incinerates the native tribe. The four begin slaughtering everyone, stabbing, cutting, maiming, it didn't matter. Anyone who wasn't them would die. While burning a group of people, Kristoff asks, "Who are these people? More insurgents? Potential alien invaders? Enemies of the state?" Doom tells him, "Target practice, nothing more." As the smoke settles, Doom kicks over a skull saying, "This place, this dimension is the key. This is the outermost plane that the extra-dimensional transporter has been able to access. Reality is thin here, like air on top of a mountain. Its boundaries are weak. In a place such as this, his sorcery is impossibly strong. The laws of science they take to be absolute in their reality are diminished, flexible." Kristoff asks, "Like gravity?" And Doom says, "Yes, in a way." In this instance, he is much more concerned with an altogether different branch of physics, electromagnetics. Here, they will bring down the House of M, the entire royal family, take on their enemies in a place far away from the unfair advantages of their mutant abilities. And then, they will be the first family of the glorious House of Doom, which will rise up in its stead. Valeria says that she is with him, and Kristoff says he as well. It begins to speak, and Doom brushes him off, saying, "Yes, yes, of course he is. Now come along and listen carefully." Once back home, Doom heads to Genosha to inform Magneto of his work. And Magneto smiles, saying, "Lord Doom, this is indeed a surprise. He did not expect to see him so soon." Doom kneels, saying, "Lord Magnus, he is confident that they will find he is full of surprises." As everyone gathers around the extra-dimensional portal, Petro whispers to Magneto that this feels like a trap. Magneto says, "Of course it could be. Doom is treacherous, but does he really think him suicidal? His little band of circus freaks is no match for them. And many of the men operating his teleportation machine actually work for me. Besides, what chance has a human with the power to turn himself into liquid metal against the world's most powerful mutant master of magnetism?" Once the machine is up and running, Magneto asks, "Shall they?" And Doom extends his hand, saying, "Of course, after you." Within moments of passing, it grabs Magneto while Valeria subdues Petro, and Doom says it is perhaps a good time to discuss his surrender. Magneto says this is madness, suicide. He could easily turn him inside out with no more effort than batting an eyelash. Doom asks, "That's so? Why doesn't he?" It's because he can't. Not here. Things work differently in this godforsaken dimension, so far away from their reality that its rules aren't even recognizable. This is his place of strength now, a place where the unholy power of the fearsome four is at its strongest, and it is not the law of science that prevail on this plane, but the dark arts. As it picks up Petro, Magneto says he will regret this, and Doom says that is highly unlikely. Beat them into unconsciousness, creature, and let us depart. The It begins slamming and punching both Magneto and Petro, and Kristoff asks, wouldn't it be better to just kill them? Doom says that would be too easy, too quick. He wants to give them ample time to reflect and ruminate on the terrible price one pays for underestimating Doom. Once it is done, the two mutants lay motionless, and Doom tells everyone to come along. Their world awaits. As everyone comes back, Valeria kisses Doom's cheek saying, "Oh, that was so much fun." A technician asks, "My lord, back so soon? And when should we expect Lord Magneto to return?" Doom asks, his estimation, never, and stabs the man with his arm. Doom then turns to everyone saying that the world they know is about to see some very drastic changes. He knows most of them are loyal to him. However, he suspects that at least a couple of them have allegiances that lie with Magneto. So he doesn't plan on taking chances with any of them as he begins to slash them all. After the entire staff is killed, Doom tells Valeria to deal with Polaris. Kristoff, incinerate this mess, then destroy the extra-dimensional transporter. Every last bit of it, down to the last screw, gear, and microchip. Then find a holding cell suitable for the It. But as Doom leaves, It says no. And Doom asks, "No?" The It yells, "No more cells! No cages! I'm part of this team! I want respect!" Doom then asks, he wants respect? He is a monstrosity. We already give him far more respect than he deserves. What he ought to do is thrash him within an inch of his wretched, worthless life. The It stares down at Doom, and after a few moments, Doom waves him off, saying fine, but for his sake, he better be housebroken. But once Doom is gone, Kristoff asks, can he come to help deal with Polaris? And Valeria says, of course he can. They can leave It to smash up this stuff. That's all he's good for, after all. You make sure to clean up after you're done. All of it, you horrible, ungrateful, stupid creature. As they leave laughing, It looks back at the control panel and then looks back. Later that evening, on Magneto's throne, Doom goes through his checklist of how he is going to address the nation when Valeria comes in saying they cannot find that damned woman anywhere. Doom asks, what are they talking about? And Kristoff says, they have looked everywhere. She is... But then the It walks in saying, she is with me. I found her, and she brought back the others. Doom shouts, you treacherous cur! And both Valeria and Kristoff blast him out of the building. Valeria looks out saying, they should have put that thing down a long time ago. Petro begins punching Kristoff saying, yes, he told his father the same thing about them. But as Petro turns to her, Valeria puts up a force field saying, that surprises her not one bit. Polaris begins attacking, throwing shards of metal, saying, the House of M has been more than generous to them, and this is how they repay them? As the fight continues, Valeria brings down the ceiling on Magneto, and shortly after, Magneto's guards come rushing in. Kristoff yells, "Great! More stinking muties to blast!" But as the numbers start to become overwhelming, Valeria says that they will soon be overpowered. What do? Doom says that Magneto is still down. But with the onslaught of attacks, Valeria and Kristoff are overtaken. Doom, though, he wants only one thing: to kill Magneto. As he turns his arm into an axe and raises it, Magneto opens his eye, letting him get close and then blast him, saying, "Bad move, very bad move." After a few moments, Doom picks himself up, looking around, and sees Valeria and Kristoff lifeless on the ground, and asks, What has he done?" Magneto tells him that he made a choice. A horrible, miscalculated choice, because his priorities are selfish and skewed. He might have had a chance had he kept his family alive to face a master of magnetism. Now he is lost, and the question remains, what to do with him? Magneto snaps his fingers, saying he has an idea. Bring in the woman. As Doom's mother is brought in, Doom calls out to her, and Magneto grabs her face, saying, "She is dear to him, yes? Perhaps he should punish her in his stead." Doom's mother breaks away, yelling, "No, please, my lord, have mercy. I didn't know what he was planning. The boy is a traitor, vile and duplicitous. He is no son of mine. He's a monster." Magneto says, if that's the case, he will grant her mercy, and he will see that she is taken far away and protected. She'll never have to see her treacherous spawn again. Doom tries to get back up, but Magneto places his hand on Doom's chest, telling him, "There is still the matter of your punishment. He betrayed the house. After everything that was given to him, he tried to usurp the throne, kill his family." Magneto then begins to rip and stretch Doom beyond his limits, and he struggles to speak. Magneto asks, "What was that?" And Doom says, "Kill me." Magneto drops him to the floor, saying, "No, he has plans for him. He forgives him. Now get him out of my sight." But as Doom is left to his own devices, back down in the streets of Genosha, it begins to get up. The people below surround him, saying to just kill the thing. It's obviously a mutie. It yells, "No, not a mutant. I was a man, a human, before I became a monster." One of the men asks, "Really? They should bring him in. Big strong fella like that. Be a big help for the human resistance." A woman then pokes her head out of the large sewer entrance, saying, "Hey, come on in. Don't worry about a thing, mister. My name's Alicia, and you're in good hands with me." As the crowd roars in the stands, Tony Stark, wearing his battle armor, hovers over another defeated robot. But just as a second robot attacks, Tony dodges, and the announcer yells that Tony has dodged death once again. And to think, just beneath that armor, he is just another Sapien, an evolutionary dead end, a flat scan in a world run by mutants. He can't defeat the greatest weapon of the House of M. He can't buckle the inevitable evolutionary decline of his race. He can't do so much as to hope to survive another 3 seconds. Or can he? Tony Stark, ladies and gentlemen, the great Sapien Hope. He rules the world of business, he rocks the ring of gladiators, and he's darn cute to boot. Another contender asks, "What? Are they just chopped liver?" And the announcer says, "That's young Johnny Storm, sports fans, but you can bet he's more than just chopped." Tony says he'd like to think of him more as fresh meat. and the announcer laughs, saying, "That is a good one, Tony, and appropriate, because with all the other fighters and sentinels down, it looks like Johnny's in for a one-on-one battle with Tony Stark himself." As the two fly up in their battle suits, Johnny takes the initiative and jets in, punching Tony down into the wreckage below, and the crowd goes wild. But before Johnny could celebrate his victory, Tony bursts up through the ground, punching Johnny so hard that his helmet goes flying. Tony hovers low, telling him, "It's over." And Johnny laughs, saying, "Yeah, it is." Just then, a giant foot stomps down on Tony, and the announcer calls out that Tony Stark is second to none in the arena, but the only one who's ever managed to beat him. A voice tells Tony, "It's over." And Tony says, "If they say so." Out from the robot, an old man climbs up, and the announcer calls out that it is none other than Tony's father, Howard Stark, and still champion. As the three stand up on the winner's stand, Howard asks, "What's the matter?" He's smart enough not to get snuck up on like that. And Tony says he just didn't want to see an old man cry. Over on the third platform, Johnny says that's right, Johnny Storm running with the big dogs, standing on the podium, looking good, baby. As Howard ruffles Tony's hair, the announcer asks, "Isn't that touching? And just in time for Father's Day. This is Flash Thompson from NBC Productions signing off. See you next week, sports fans." Later, at the main Stark Industries building in Chicago, Tony walks through the hall with his father while all of his staff begins asking him questions about their upcoming projects. But as Tony reaches Hank McCoy and Forge, he asks, "You remember this old geezer, right?" Both Hank and Forge welcome Howard, but Howard tells them to relax. What are they working on here? Anything interesting? Hank says actually, they're working on their biggest development on the Vision Project. It'll be the most sophisticated artificial intelligence combined with the most advanced mechanical body. Howard asks, "So it can walk, talk, and cook breakfast?" And Hank laughs, saying, "It'll also do your taxes and babysit the kids." But as Hank begins to go into the details, Howard says he's gonna go ahead and leave that kind of conversation up to the guy running the show. He's just gonna go poke around a bit. A short bit of time passes, and Tony leaves to go look for Howard and finds him in Henry Pym's office as something is displayed on the projector. Howard says, "There he is, wanna go get something to eat?" Tony says, "Sure. What is that?" Howard says it's some fancy DNA project Pym is working on. It's all mumbo-jumbo to him though. Henry says actually, it's a genome mapping project. Nothing special. Surely he'd be more interested in the Miracle Rice research. Give him a moment to. But as Henry tries to quickly switch the projection, Tony says that model, that's the mutant genome, isn't it? Henry nervously laughs, and Howard grabs him asking what the hell is wrong with him? Henry says it's a question of science, pursuit of knowledge, freedom of... Howard tells him they are expressly forbidden to research that. The mutants run this world. Does he think they want humans mapping their genome, exposing their vulnerabilities? Is he part of them? Is he with the Sapient resistance set out to destroy the mutants? Henry pulls himself away, saying that is ridiculous. He would never. Tony, tell him. Tony looks at him saying, that is enough. Shut it down or he's fired. Or he could fire him now. Henry begins to speak, but stops himself. And then Tony looks at Howard, but Howard says nothing and walks away. Later that night, Tony pours himself another drink as he watches the broadcast of the battle earlier, and is reminded of the time his father grabbed him by the hair and scolded him for breaking a prototype toy. He tried to say sorry, but all Howard could say was that he was a disappointment. Tony sighs as he gets up and heads down his elevator into the restricted level that only he could get into. And inside, a new prototype battle suit. A red and gold Iron Man suit. After a long night of working, Tony heads back to the office to speak with Henry. But as he gets to Pym's office, The robot cleaners tell him that there is no traces of Sapient HP4395A62 on the premise, or his research materials. Tony rushes over to Howard's home to tell him that everything will be taken care of. Howard tells him to shut up. He will do nothing because he has no idea what to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Howard says this is his fault, really. Never really could make his son grow up. Tony says that isn't fair, and Howard asks, fair? What is he, 12? He built this company from the ground up and gave it to him. It's easy to run it, but to build it? There are things they can't even imagine doing because they don't want to know it. They could never have done the things he did, what it was necessary to do. So no, in a moment of crisis, when the real world breaks down the fantasy, they have neither the knowledge nor the will to do what must be done. Go home, Tony. Go to bed. In the morning, everything will be all right. And Tony does just that. But rather than taking another drink, he decides he is going to do something about it. Now wearing the massively upgraded Iron Man suit, Tony sets out, telling his AI Jarvis to upload all of the places Henry Pym has been in the last 3 months. One location Tony sees is an ordinary home. But beneath it all is a gathering of sapiens, which large groupings of humans are forbidden to gather with the standard House of M protocol. Tony slams into the empty plot beside the house, opening up a hole into the underground bunker, telling everyone to freeze. Several of the humans reach for their guns, but Tony holds out his hand and generates a flash that blinds everyone. The humans shout, asking, "What does he want?" And Tony says he is looking for a man by the name of, but before he could finish, a giant mechanical arm reaches in, grabs him, and throws him across the street. One of the sentinels kneels down by the hole saying, "You are participating in an unlawful criminal gathering. Any attempt to flee or resist will result in immediate termination." Tony shakes off the jolt of being thrown into a car, then takes the car and throws it into one of the sentinels' heads hard enough to disable it. Another sentinel flies up into the air, and as Jarvis tells Tony to get out of the way, it slams its foot down, pinning Tony to the ground. Tony coughs, saying, "Real sentinels are much quicker." As the sentinel holds out his hand to blast him, it says, "It's over, Tony." Tony stops struggling for a moment and asks, "Dad?" In another location, piloting the Sentinel remotely, Howard watches saying, "What a disappointment." Tony asks, is he inside that thing? Helping them kill? Howard tells him that he is afraid there is only one Stark stupid enough to be inside a robot suit outside the sports arena. Now shut up and listen very carefully. There is a missing piece of shielding on this Sentinel's left side. When he lifts his foot, fire at that spot. Use an electrical disruptor. That should fry the unit's black box. After that, run. He is smart enough to get home without being traced or caught, right? As Tony tries to ask, what is he doing? Howard lifts the Sentinel's foot, and Tony quickly does as he's instructed. But before leaving, he sees the Sentinel start priming a blast into the hole where the humans were, and rockets back, knocking the Sentinel off balance, and then unloads a payload of missiles, destroying it. Tony says that he must be insane if he thinks that he's just gonna fly away while people are killed. Howard pushes a button saying, then he's an idiot. Goodbye, Tony. As Howard logs out of the Sentinels, news bots start swarming Tony, asking, who is he? Is he a member of the Sapient Resistance? What does he have against mutants? Who is the man under the armor? Later that night, Tony watches the news reports of the Iron Man, but thankfully, no one has been able to determine who was actually beneath the armor. But just before Tony could relax, he gets a call that an envoy from the House of M has just arrived. Tony pours himself another drink, then heads downstairs, saying he is sorry for keeping them. How may? The two-headed mutant tells him it's all right. They know he's a busy lad, very busy, but he shouldn't be keeping the House of M waiting. They understand that he is developing some interesting technology, one's not shown to the public. Tony begins to panic, asking what do they mean? And the mutant says the Vision Project. He has made substantial breakthroughs with it. Please sign these papers that license these units so that the House of M use any and all technology associated with the Vision Project. Please sign these papers that license these units so that the House of M can use any and all technology associated with the Vision Project that they may need for its application in national security. In return, the House of M grants him exclusive commercial rights to any technology not thus restricted by the national interest. Tony looks at the paperwork handed to him, saying that is an interesting offer, and the envoy tells him that there is no need to read, and no time. He is familiar with the Iron Man, is he not? Tony pauses, saying he saw the news but the envoy tells him they know exactly who it is. It is his latest rival, Johnny Storm, they suspect. Only a handful of Sapiens have the skills to build and pilot a suit like that, and Storm is the only one of that handful who's disappeared in the last 12 hours. They need to find him, eliminate him. Please sign. Later, Howard arrives saying they didn't suspect a thing. He has made some real advances on that psionic inhibitor, hasn't he? Tony yells that he is a murderer, and Howard tells him to grow up. He just signed a document which could result in the deaths of millions. Tony begins to speak, but Howard asks how does he do the things he does? What guides his decisions? Tony says he is just trying to do the right thing, and Howard asks for whom? And for the record, he was not going to kill those humans. He was going to put out a fire that was about to kill them. But he signed those papers without blinking. Howard begins to walk off saying, "It's all right, Tony. You're playing your role, which is exactly what you need to do. You won't have to live in fear any longer. All you have to do now is go down to the basement and destroy that suit." After Howard leaves, Tony heads downstairs and takes a cannon off the racks. He points it at the Iron Man suit, but before he fires, the suit holds its hand up yelling, "Okay, dude, you got me! I surrender!" As the suit's mask comes off, Tony asks, "Johnny?" And Johnny laughs, saying, "It's a nice suit, but he couldn't get it online. There's a key? Password?" Tony asks, "What is he doing?" And Johnny grabs him, saying he loves him. He saw the news reports and was like, "That's gotta be Tony." So he snuck in to find out. Tony pushes him off, saying that he will take care of everything. They'll get him new ident cards and slip him out with the night shift. Johnny asks, what is he talking about? He isn't going anywhere. He wants in and he wants to fight. After getting Johnny out of the suit, he says, "Come on, open your eyes. They're starting to round people up out there." Tony tries to think of a plan to fix this, but then his phone pings, saying that it has located Sapient HP 4395862. Tony quickly opens the display to see where Henry is located, and he is currently being held at one of the camps Johnny just mentioned. Later, all the humans line up at the registration camp, but when it's Henry's turn to sign in, he notices something up in the sky. As Johnny flies through, cutting the heads off several sentinels, one of the humans call out that it's Iron Man. But Johnny yells back, "Come on, sports fans, check your program, it's Johnny Storm." Just as one of the sentinels begins to fall, Tony flies through, saving Henry, and shoots back off into the sky. Several more sentinels begin to follow, and Tony quickly hands Henry off to Johnny, telling him to get out of here. They want Iron Man. But as Tony turns to fight, several mutants fly past and surround Johnny, telling him to give up Pym. He has 3 seconds. Just as the mutants count down, Henry reaches into his bag and pulls out a small device and detonates it. There's a bright blue flash, and Tony asks, "What was that?" But as he looks around, he sees the mutants screaming as their bodies dissolve into nothing. Henry begins laughing, saying, "It works! The gene bomb works!" It keys in on organic forms carrying the mutant genome and triggers a meltdown, and it worked perfectly! Tony says that he just killed those people, but Henry tells him no, he killed mutants. Tony pauses for a moment and asks, how many of those did he make? And Henry laughs, saying, "Oh, lots." Tony then asks, where are they? And Henry points down to the city saying, they are everywhere. Well, not literally everywhere. No point in putting a mutant-killing bomb in a mutant-free cow pasture, for example. Tony grabs Henry from Johnny, asking, when do the bombs go off? And Henry tells him he can't tell him that. As Tony holds his cannon to Henry's face, he says, yes, he can. Henry doesn't respond, and Tony says, come on, he doesn't want to kill 4 million people. Henry tells him he doesn't understand. This is supposed to happen. This is a great thing. They are saving the world. No, it's already saved. Go ahead, shoot. He's ready. Tony throws Henry down, and Johnny asks, what is he doing? Just shoot him for real. And Tony says he was tracking Henry's vitals. He believes everything he's saying. Johnny then shoots Henry in the gut, but Henry laughs, saying, that was just a nick. Come on, finish it. Johnny asks, can't they just stick some kind of nifty brain data sucker on his head or something? And Tony says not in this universe, but he has another idea. Just then, Jarvis pings saying the download is complete. Constituent element analysis complete. Trace element search and probable bomb site matching complete. As a map of the city pops up with all the bomb locations, Tony asks how long do they have, and Jarvis says 17 minutes and 57 seconds. Tony then puts in a call to Forge and Hank to start an evacuation, while Jarvis begins mapping out the best route for each of them to go on. Once complete, he says that they will be able to overheat and destroy them by applying either flames or heat rays, which will neutralize the organic components of the virus. Johnny says he's signed up to fight mutants, not save them. And Tony says if there aren't any mutants left, who will he fight? And Johnny laughs, saying, that's true. But as the two get to work on the bombs, Tony sees dozens of vision drones flying down to stop him. As they start firing, Tony radios back asking when did they start mass producing killer vision robots? And Forge asks, is he watching the news? They were planning on surprising him. The visions are targeting the Iron Man, assuming he was the one who set the bombs. But it seems the House of M has gotten data and started directing to disable the bombs instead. Tony begins to escape, but then Johnny is shot from behind. Tony asks, what's going on back there? And Hank looks at the envoy asking, why aren't the robots standing down? The envoys say that they do not know. But as Tony is blasted out of the sky, Forge says that he's going through the code now. It looks like there were sleeper commands within the code, part of the core code, Howard's code. As another piloted blue and silver suit flies out, Howard removes his helmet saying, hello, son. A Vision Sentinel picks Tony up, and Howard tells him to remember this. He gave him an out, he could have destroyed the armor, but no, he wanted to be a hero, he chose this path. Tony says it was him. He was the one who set this all up. Him and Henry. Howard then says, and him. They could not have done it without him. And he played the part so beautifully, so callow, so eager to please and dance for his mutant masters, keeping them distracted. Tony says he is a monster. Goodbye. Howard tells him not to over-dramatize this. He isn't going to kill him. He still has a... But before Howard could finish, Tony fires a blast, knocking Howard back, and detaches from his jetpack, unloading his payload of missiles on the surrounding Sentinels. Howard jets back in, saying, in spite of everything he did for him, take a good hard look. He is still a Stark. As Tony starts to fight off the remaining Sentinels, Johnny flies in with a group of other battle arena participants saying, don't worry, he brought in some backup. Flash Thompson then calls out saying that they are reporting live from the streets of Chicago, where the mysterious Sapient revolutionary Iron Man has been joined by Johnny Storm with some of the fighters in the real-life Sapient deathmatch. Iron Man, can you hear us? Do you have anything to say? Tony yells that there are 73 genetic bombs scattered throughout the city. If they go off, millions of mutants will die. It doesn't matter if you're a Sapient or a mutant. They are uploading maps to the vid system's hard drives now. If there's a bomb near you, please find it and torch it. everyone, sapient and mutant alike, start going through and destroying all the bombs spread out throughout the city, when finally there is only one left. The signal brings everyone back to Howard, and Tony says that everyone has been evacuated. There aren't any mutants within range. It's over. Howard tosses him the bomb, saying, "Yes, it is." Has he heard the news? Iron Man is a hero. He is now transferring control of all the Vision Sentinels over to Jarvis. He is now the savior of the Sapiens and deliverer of mutant kind. Tony says he doesn't understand, but Howard tells him to be quiet. There isn't much time. He would have told him from the beginning, but they were so weak. So he had to use their fear. So when the time came, Tony tells him to stop, just stop. He is a genocidal maniac. 4 million people. What could he possibly have to say that? Howard stops him, saying no. He was never going to kill 4 million, just one. As a rumbling can be heard getting louder, Howard says this is what he raised him for. And just then, the Vision Sentinel begins to fall out of the sky as Magneto descends, saying, "This is goodbye, Iron Man." Howard's suit begins to melt and he screams in pain. But as Magneto looks at Tony, nothing happens. Tony hurries over to Howard, and Howard laughs, saying, "Secret little counter magnets. The boy built them into his armor. So scared, so prepared for everything. Good boy, good boy. Now Tony, kill him. He doesn't have to be scared anymore. They all love him and only him. Mutants and Sapiens, he saved them all. My golden boy, the world is yours." As Howard melts away in his oven of a suit, Tony looks at the bomb, and Magneto says he understands. His dream of being the man his father wanted him to be. So do it. Kill him. But every sapien on the planet will pay a price. His whole world will crumble to pieces. Tony says it already has, but he's never been the man his father wanted. And he prays he never will be. Tony destroys the bomb, and the world goes quiet. As most of the city is still in ruins, Tony gets a call from his staff saying that Legal is trying to get a hold of him. They are desperate to... Tony says Legal can wait. He's got work to do cleaning up the city. The sun has barely risen as Peter Parker looks down at his sleeping wife Gwen and son Richie. As Gwen rolls over, she wakes up and asks, "Why is he crying?" Peter sits down next to her, telling her, "It's early. Go back to sleep. Everything's okay." But that's just it. Everything isn't okay. This is a different world. Here, mutants are the dominant species, and among their poster children is the publicity revealed, incredibly famous Spider-Man. And today, of all days, is the web crawler's birthday. While Peter works out in his gym, Uncle Ben stops by saying they've got a busy day ahead of them. It's time to clean up before they're running late. Peter hops down saying, sure, he just needs to wash up and shave. But as Peter does that, he comes out and Ben asks, "What? Did he mean to shave his entire head?" Peter says it doesn't look that bad. And Ben laughs, telling him that when they were younger, they did everything they could not to go bald. As the two board Peter's personal helicopter, Ben asks, "Isn't that a bit drastic?" Peter says, "Yeah, but that's how he woke up feeling. Drastic. Like today is the beginning somehow, and he doesn't really know why." Later, at the convention for the National Association for Police and Security, former officer George Stacy walks by a pair of security officers. George asks, "Is there anything wrong?" And the mutant security guards tell him that he is a Homo sapien, and he just walked into a place where only mutants are allowed. But while the two hassle him, a voice calls out asking, "Do they know who they're harassing?" And J. Jonah Jameson pushes his way through, holding his badge saying he is the personal publicist to Peter Parker, the amazing Spider-Man. But do they know who this man is that they are giving trouble to? That's Mr. Stacy, Peter Parker's father-in-law. One of the guards backs away apologizing, saying, "Please, go right through." And as George begins to leave, he pauses, turning, saying that he could use him. "Meet me inside, racist." A few minutes later, George steps out, telling everyone that he would like to thank them for coming out. They have all gathered here to showcase a new non-lethal weapon and best restraining device ever, inspired by his son-in-law, Spider-Man. George points over to the guard from before, telling him to attack. As the guard hesitates, Jonah pushes him out, saying, "What are you waiting for, idiot?" The guard charges out to attack, but George uses a pair of web shooters to string the guard up, telling the crowd to imagine what men and women armed with these could do. But meanwhile, over at Oscorp, Gwen begins taking inventory, and Norman tells her it is such a pleasure meeting her here on his premises. Gwen looks up, saying that as of 1201, this facility and everything in it will belong to Spider-Man Inc. However, there seems to be some missing prototype weapons that are not here. Norman laughs, saying they know how it is, robberies and such. He will be making sure that the staff is promptly waiting at the unemployment line. But what do they plan to do with these weapons anyway? Start a war? Gwen checks off on her clipboard, saying that they are actually planning to stop a few. She will be looking to render the chemical weapons inert, and now she'll have his toys to play with. Norman scowls, asking, is she telling him that they bought his company just so that they can undo all of his work? And Gwen smiles, asking, "Oh, did we forget to mention that part? And as it would seem, it is 1201. Please leave, Mr. Osborn, and have a good day." Later that night, Aunt May gets Richie ready for Peter's surprise party when she sees a news piece on Peter and notices him bald? Before she can ask what he was thinking, a large man grabs Richie. May spins back, asking, "Who? Crusher Hogan? You almost gave me a heart attack." The large wrestler laughs, putting Richie on his shoulder, saying that he's sorry about that, but he couldn't miss dropping off a birthday present for his arch rival. May asks, is he not coming to the party? And Crusher tells her no, he's got a match in the Meadowlands. Just came by to leave the present, but also 'cause the Green Goblin's got a preliminary bout with Spider-Man Jr. Later, as Peter arrives back home, everyone yells, "Surprise!" and gives him well wishes. But as May tells Richie to go say hi, Richie yells, "No!" Peter kneels down, saying, "It's just a haircut, nothing to worry about." But before he could hold Richie, Jonah runs up yelling, "Mr. Parker, Mr. Peter grabs him by the collar, asking what is so damn important that he has to interrupt family time. Jonah says he was just going to wish him but Peter shoves him off, asking, "That's it? To suck up? That is not why he pays him an obscene amount of money for. Just get out of here and go back to work." Jonah walks away, saying, "It doesn't matter what he pays me. This has to stop." As Peter returns to Gwen, she asks, "How is everything? How is he?" Peter goes to kiss her, saying he is rich, famous, and married to the most beautiful woman in the world, and able to yell at JJJ until his teeth rattle. He has everything he could ever wish for. Gwen asks, "Yeah? Well, he could have wished for world peace." Peter pulls back, irritated, and Gwen says she was kidding. Come on. The support cast can't enjoy themselves if the star is grumpy. Peter leaves, saying he needs to hit the men's room. But as Peter begins to leave the bathroom, he overhears his bodyguard Rhino talking to Mary Jane Watson. Rhino asks, "You're in the movie with Parker, right?" And she tells him that's right, but what about him? What's it like? Rhino then asks, what's what like? Being the world's most useless bodyguard? She asks what it's like being around him. And Rhino says, "You know, nice guy, but always the center of the universe. Gets whatever he wants, and people can't do enough for him. People like him start out already on third base with their mutant genes. Not the same as some guy whose rhino suit gives him powers." Mary Jane laughs, saying, "Yeah, if he tried to pass and got caught, imagine the scandal. It would end your life." But back at his apartment, Jonah wallows in his own self-pity, saying that stupid Parker is a phony. Well, he isn't fooled. No more lying for him. Gonna call him now, and just then the window bursts as the Green Goblin flies in laughing. Jonah asks, "Hogan? What?" The Goblin grabs Jonah by the neck, saying, "No, not Hogan. Try the Green Goblin. How would you like to destroy Spider-Man?" Jonah stares for a moment in fear, but then he smiles, asking, "When does he start?" The next morning, Jonah wakes up in a pile of trash asking, "Where am I? Oh, right. The Goblin tied me up to that ridiculous glider and tossed me in the dump. Also, he could give me this?" Jonah holds up a book with the title, Peter Parker's Journal. Keep out. And Jonah begins cackling, saying it was worth it. Now he has the goods on Parker. Jonah starts to walk home, reading parts of it. One read where Peter was so timid that when his eyes met with Liz Allen's in study hall, he froze up because she looked at him in disgust when he used his inhaler. Another time was when he was getting yelled at by the coach when they were supposed to be showering after gym. But Flash and the others would always laugh at him because of how skinny he was. Jonah continues reading as he hurries home, saying this was well worth it. Later that day, after coming off an appearance on a talk show about promoting his movie, Rhino runs up to Peter telling him that they might have a problem. Jameson didn't show up for work. What's more, there's security footage from the hotel last night showing the Green Goblin attacking him. George leans in asking, "Isn't that his pro wrestling partner? Why would Crusher Hogan want to abduct Jonah?" Gwen then says that's one of Osborn's gliders. And George then says, "Okay, now then there's a new question. What could Norman Osborn possibly have to do with the Green Goblin?" Peter tells Rhino to go talk to Crusher and see if there's anything he can learn. Just make sure not to. But before Peter could tell him not to hurt him, Rhino was already gone. A short while later, Rhino slams Crusher against the wall, saying he's not going to ask again. Was that his suit? Crusher coughs, saying, "The video's a fake! They can tell just by looking at the suit! And Peter would never send him for this! They trust each other!" Rhino punches the wall, yelling, "He is really losing his patience!" But as Crusher is thrown about, he stops moving, and Rhino says, "Uh-oh." Elsewhere, Peter visits Norman on his rooftop golf course, and Norman says yes, he built that glider. Veers to the left unless you... Peter stops him, asking who could have gotten it. Norman swings, saying he should ask his wife. Does he not keep track of his businesses at all? He just paid a ridiculously large sum of money for all of the patents and prototypes. Peter says that is ridiculous, but Norman stops him, saying Gwen was at his lab all day yesterday taking inventory. That glider belongs to him. Later that night, Peter plays with Richie when he gets a call from Ben, saying that they got a tip that Jonah was on the V-Train platform at Queens. Something about raving like a lunatic. Peter puts on his costume, and Gwen asks why is he doing that? Peter smiles, saying he's still got a movie to promote. And Peter then rushes over to the subway looking for Jonah, holding up a magazine with his picture on it, asking, has anyone seen this man? Some of the people tell him yeah, but instead of telling him where, they all ask if he could wall crawl or spin a web. When out of the corner of his eye, Peter sees Jonah. But as he jumps over the crowd, he notices people surrounding him. Jonah yells into a camera that this journal and handwriting analysis will verify that this is Peter Parker's diary. This smoking gun was woven by his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, this journal reveals the truth about Peter Parker. His powers are not genetic. They are simply the result of a laboratory accident when he was a teenager. That's right. Remember the rest of your lives where you were and what you were doing the day you learned that the world-famous Spider-Man is not a mutant. He is a Homo sapien. In the coming week, news of Peter's false claims of being a mutant spread across the globe. No one in the world, not even Gwen, knew of this secret. Everyone has begun to denounce Spider-Man, and even a child who loved him was beaten nearly to death by schoolmates.
With hearing that, Peter quietly snuck into the hospital room of the child, and a guard walks in asking what is he doing here. Peter says that he came to check on Crusher Hogan, and then he heard about the Spidey fan here. He got beaten within an inch of his life because he loved me. It's like a new fad. The guard grabs his gun, saying that he is trespassing, and Peter sulks, telling him to just go ahead and arrest him then. The guard asks, is he going to hurt anyone? And Peter tells him that's not really something he has to try to do. After a few moments of silence, the guard sits down asking what happened. And Peter asks, does he not get cable? Someone dressed as the Green Goblin gave his journal to a man with a haircut like a scrub brush. Now the whole world knows he is a fake, and he used to make out with his pillow. And his bodyguard beat and nearly killed the real Green Goblin, which is to say the wrong Green Goblin, which made everyone hate him even more. The guard then says no. What happened to him? He was on top of the world a few days ago, and a couple setbacks later, he's pathetic. Peter asks, hasn't he heard? Humans are weak. That's why mutants rule. Didn't they teach him anything growing up? Just then, someone calls out to the guard, and he quickly runs to the door to hide Peter from being seen. The other guard tells him to get ready. Every man is being mobilized to Times Square. It's the Rhino. He's gone crazy and is tearing up everything in sight. As the second guard leaves, the first turns back asking, did he hear that? But as he does, Peter is already gone. The guard then walks to the window saying, good, stop whining and do something. A short while later, Rhino charges through the streets, flipping cars and telling everyone to get back. Stop staring at me! I just want to be left alone! But suddenly he is webbed up, and Peter tells him he is sending some mixed signals then, because it looks like he is begging for a fight. Rhino yells that he was just following orders. This is all his fault! Peter says to hold that thought, his spider sense is going off and he catches something. Soon, people surround Peter, throwing garbage at him, telling him to go back where you came from. He's nothing but a freak. Rhino sneaks away into the subway, but then he hears someone laughing in the shadows. Rhino asks, who's there? And the voice says, he'll give him a hint. First, he's green. Second, he's a goblin. Rhino then asks, what does he want? And Goblin says he wants to free him from that freakish armor, from his trouble with the law. And all it would take is every last shred of Peter Parker's dignity. Rhino begins to hear the police coming and says, fine, behind Parker's house, tonight. Later, Rhino waits, and Goblin flies in saying, they are meeting in the Lion's Den. I love it! But as Goblin gets closer, Vulture, Electro, and the Ox all appear, and Rhino says he really hopes his friends aren't going to be an issue. Kill him! Vulture flies up, grabbing Goblin by the neck, and throws him off his glider. As he falls, Electro electrocutes him repeatedly enough to catch Gwen's attention. Goblin then starts to get up, pulling out a small device, and as he presses it, the glider explodes next to Electro. The Ox rushes in next, but Goblin grabs his arm and throws him into a wall. Gwen screams as the Ox lands next to her, and Goblin tells her to get back if she wants to live. This doesn't concern her. Rhino then runs in, grabbing a hold of the Goblin, telling the others to get the mask. Vulture reaches out and pulls the mask off to reveal a crazed and deranged Peter Parker underneath. Rhino stares, asking, boss? And a confused Peter asks, what? Peter looks around saying, okay, I know this looks bad, but they're gonna have to back off. He was trying to trap the real Goblin. Rhino asks how. Walk them through it. Peter says that he suspects it's someone who really hates him. He could be anyone, maybe even Norman Osborn. That's the point. He doesn't know. Gwen asks, by drawing him out here, where his family lives? That doesn't make any sense. Peter looks up, saying she doesn't believe him. Fine. Peter then slams the back of his head into Rhino's nose, and using his free hand to fire a strand of web around Gwen's neck. Rhino shouts, asking what is he doing, and Peter yells to let him go. As Peter gets up and takes Gwen, he tells everyone to back up, and Gwen says he'd do it? He'd kill her? Peter says that the goblin already killed her. It's in his journal. Rhino begins to ask what is he talking about? But Peter pulls Gwen out, saying it's nothing. It's just a bluff. She knows he'd never hurt her. He just needs to get away. Gwen struggles to breathe, asking where? And Peter tells her where he belongs. Do something for him, though. Do one thing, please. As Peter rips the webbing off, he begins to cry, saying, "Don't let me near our baby." Peter then jumps onto another glider to get away. But as the Vulture chases after, there's a blinding light and a loud robotic voice yelling, "Halt!" A sentinel flies over Peter, telling him to halt. But when it can't catch him, it turns to Vulture. Vulture quickly turns back to get away, and Gwen asks what happened. Vulture says that since her husband was outed, they have been dusting off every human control law on the books. It's understandable to be upset, but he ain't going to some prison camp for flying without a mutation. Later that night, Gwen lays in bed, and her father George says that he is going to kill him. Gwen tells him that Peter was bluffing. He wouldn't have done anything to her, not after the way he begged her to keep him away from Richie. If he needs saving, then they have got to do something. Ben then walks in, saying that Peter's world is crumbling around him. The House of M has issued an imperial order. They're confiscating everything, down to the last web shooter. Ben sits on the end of the bed and holds his head, saying he just wants his boy back. Gwen hugs him, saying then they will go get him. They can use the signal from one of the trackers Peter uses to boost his spider sense. It may just lure him to them. George says they need the book, though. How are they going to get it? What are they going to tell Jameson? Gwen finishes latching a web shooter on and says, "Thwip." Later that night, Gwen, George, and Ben all sneak into Jonah's home. But as they quietly move towards the inner parts of the apartment, they find a locked door. George says that he should be able to get in. One of these pass cards should. But before he could even attempt, a giant robotic arm punches through the wall. The robot with a screen with Jonah's face on it smiles, and Jonah asks, "Did that wall crawler send them? He knows not to show his face around here." Everyone starts webbing up the screen, and Jonah starts pulling it off, asking, "Is this the best they can do?" Jonah attacks, but through the window, Peter jumps in and rips the arm off. Peter bashes the arm into the screen, shouting, "Don't you ever touch her again!" Through the smoke, George walks out, saying that he found the book. It was in a safe, and Peter webs the journal, saying thanks, then helps Gwen up, saying he appreciates their help. Gwen tells him to come home, but without a word, Peter jumps back out of the window and leaves. Gwen begins to cry, saying it was all a waste. He wouldn't talk, he wouldn't listen, and they didn't even get the journal. George holds up the journal attached to a line of web and says, "Thwip." The next morning, George closes the journal, saying he didn't think he'd die because of Spider-Man, and Gwen tells him that's nothing. He killed me off and married Mary Jane Watson. Ben gets up asking, what about him? He was practically killed in the first scene. Ben scoffs, saying Peter despises them, or he's angry at least, very angry. Gwen starts flipping through the journal again, saying all this still hurt him. What does it mean when a person's fantasy life is tragic? Who goes out of their way to feel so terrible? Meanwhile, over in an abandoned building, several homeless humans sleep when suddenly there is a loud siren and a blinding light flashes in. Several mutant officers storm in, telling everyone to get out. In the name of the House of M, the New York police are commandeering this facility. Now get out. One of the men asks, where are they supposed to go? There is no place for humans. An officer reaches out with his tendrils, telling him to shut up, but Peter jumps in and punches him, saying to let the man go. If they want people to get out, fine, but they can't abuse them. Before he could finish, the officer opens their mask and sprays Peter with fleshy goop. Peter grabs a handful of the flesh and punches the mutant, telling him that that is gross. The other officers begin to take out their guns, but Peter tells them don't. They don't want to get into it with him. He has nothing to lose, not anymore. Just help the other officer and report that Spider-Man got away. The second officer stares, then helps up their partner, telling them, Spider-Man got away, let's go. As the officers leave, Peter turns back, telling everyone that he bought them some time. Grab everything, and all of the humans start grabbing at Peter, saying they don't need someone like him helping. They will give his body to the cops. Peter jumps on a wall, telling them that he doesn't want to hurt them. One of the older men yells, "It's too late for that, freak!" A few hours later, Peter calls Ben, saying he doesn't know what to do. Everything was so great. I had everything I could have wanted, but I woke up every morning feeling guilty. I always have. At first, I just wrote about the guilt, but when that didn't make it go away, I started making up stories to justify it. And eventually, that obviously wasn't enough. Looking back, I started to sabotage my life when I started to, to acknowledge a truth. And even then, I still don't know what that truth is. Ben tells him to just come home, but Peter says that he can't. Ben then asks, where is he? Where can they meet? Later, out by the river, Peter and Ben watch as a group of humans flip and burn a police car, and Peter says to just look at them. He doesn't even know how to stop it. All he knows is that he's the one that started it. Peter pulls off the mask, saying he ruined everything. He wrecked their lives. He wrecked their families' lives. Ben hugs him, saying they had it good for a long time. No one's taking that away. Always remember, with great power, Peter finishes by saying, comes great responsibility, I know. Ben goes on saying that he made them rich and powerful in a hostile world. Everything depended on him, every second. He was the hero, and they were his supporting cast. Like it never mattered what they did, as long as he kept making an effort. No wonder he stumbled. They let him. Not too responsible of them. Peter tells him that it's okay, but Ben hugs him, saying it's not. He is the one that's saying it's okay. They aren't mad at him or afraid of him. They don't need some glamorous story. They just want him back. Peter says that as long as he's around, the mutants are going to keep turning up the heat. So Ben tells him that maybe it's time for him to be a hero, one last time. Peter begins to climb up onto the bridge, and as Ben watches, he starts to cry, pulling out a camera. He looks through the shutter, then takes a picture. The next morning, the Daily Bugle prints the headlines. A coward's way out. Disgraced Spider-Man was no hero, with a photo of Peter hanging himself. The news travels fast across the city, but even faster to the House of M. Magneto sees the news article strung up with some web, and a note reading, "If you want me to stay dead, ease up on the humans." Magneto then groans and crushes the paper. Meanwhile, at an undisclosed location, Peter and his family get ready to go fishing, and Gwen says that she's never seen him so relaxed before. There are New Yorkers who think he's still alive, and ones who think he was secretly a rogue mutant. And then there are the alleged sightings. Spider-Man isn't a dead topic by any stretch, but at least that isn't Peter's cross to bear anymore. Across the lake, Peter tells Richie, "All right, press on his hands 2 times. 1, 2. As Peter shoots a strand of web, Richie laughs watching it go into the lake. Peter then says, "Okay, this next part is important. In fact, repeat after me. With great power." And as Peter yanks his arm back, he pulls a fish out from the lake. Comes great fish.
In the quiet lands of Kenya, Pietro runs through the fields carrying a small package. He stops at a door and rings the bell, and Storm opens saying, "Pietro, what a pleasant surprise." Pietro walks in saying, "My God, she is so breathtaking." Storm laughs saying, "He is so sweet, but he didn't come all this way to tell her that." Pietro opens the box saying, "Actually, sort of. He was in Italy and was wondering if she'd like some ice cream." Storm kisses his cheek saying, "He does so many wonderful things for her. She's starting to feel guilty." Pietro tells her to not feel guilty. Instead, give him a chance. He hates that she wastes her love on someone who is not worthy of her. Storm says that is his father talking. But Pietro yells saying that he doesn't say that because he's a human. He spends his time with tarts while she pines away, waiting for him to say what he feels. No one can love her like he can. Storm turns saying, "She is sorry. Goodbye." Later, in Genosha, Magneto asks, "Didn't he ever teach him anything about women?" Pietro scoffs saying, "Quite frankly, no. He never saw him with his mother, and his adult relationships have been nothing to emulate. Attracting women when you rule the planet doesn't take a lot of seductive skills." Magneto says, "Touché, son. But his inability to woo Aurora will cause bigger problems than his broken heart. Did you see her on TV yesterday?" Magneto turns on the TV to play the recording of Storm on a talk show, speaking about the state of the world. She was advocating that humans should have rights too, that by being a mutant doesn't make them superior, that Castro once claimed that racism was a natural byproduct of capitalism, and that the communist system would naturally eradicate prejudice. And that is wrong. No ism is going to fix the persistence of prejudice without specific solutions. They have to acknowledge that the myth of white supremacy continues in the mutant-controlled world. The ideal is still a white person with a human appearance. She hasn't noticed any furry, feathered, or scaled beings deliver the news. Have you? In a fit of rage, Magneto throws the TV out of the building, and Pietro says that she's right. Magneto then scoffs saying, "Wonderful. Even his own son gives him no credit for giving the humans in Africa a free pass while he consolidated his power around the rest of the world. Their economy is so powerful, they could overtake them in a decade." Pietro laughs saying, "There it is. The truth comes out." Magneto goes on saying, "It was his mistake for allowing a human to remain king. He's got Aurora's heart and mind. He tells her to criticize the house in public. And now that his son has failed at undoing their romance, he'll have to do it his way." Later that night in Wakanda, Storm tells Black Panther that he is not her husband. Black Panther says even if he was, he isn't sure he could stop her. All he is saying is that war with Magneto will come soon enough. They should confine their conflict with them to the stock market for now. Storm asks, is he a reluctant warrior? And Black Panther tells her that once it starts, it will quickly escalate to a world war. They will win, but innocent people will die. Storm laughs, saying, "He is confident and sensitive. No wonder the ladies love him. Which one is it tonight? Monica, Lynn, or is it Shanna, the she-devil?" Black Panther waits for a moment for her to finish, and then says he was actually wondering what she was doing tonight. Storm says that she does not have time for playboys. She'll leave him to his harem. Black Panther says that she knows he only cares about her. When she is flying nude in a thundercloud, does she think about him? Storm tells him that is enough. Good night. As the hollow call ends, Black Panther wanders to his throne and sits saying, "Oh, Aurora, it's like that song from America. You got me straight trippin', boo." But behind a pillar, Sabretooth sneaks out with his gun, but is quickly shot in the chest. Sabretooth yells, "He can't believe he shot him like that!" And Black Panther asks, "Why not? He's a very good shot." Sabretooth groans, saying, "He could have been a diplomat conducting backdoor negotiations." And Black Panther laughs, saying, "You don't hire a mercenary named Sabretooth for that job. Any message from Magneto?" Sabretooth says, "Beyond make sure he's dead? No." But then Sabretooth jumps in the air, saying the message was actually for Aurora, but it requires cutting off his head. As he comes down, Black Panther grabs him and slams Sabretooth's head into the ground. He then lifts it and slams it down several more times. Once he stops, he waits, and Sabretooth swipes at him, narrowly missing, saying, "Damn, missed. Well, that's brain damage for ya. Hold on, just give me a second to heal." Sabretooth lunges again, but Black Panther knocks him down once more and grabs his sword off the wall. Sabretooth stands up, saying, "Okay, now, where were we?" And with one clean swing, Black Panther cuts off his head. The next day, Petro opens a box, and Magneto asks, "When did it arrive?" Petro says, "Today. Black Panther must have used the transporter they gave Sabretooth." Magneto asks, "Did he send back the body?" Petro tells him no. Apparently, the Panther favors brevity in his messages. Later, back in Wakanda, Black Panther summons the Council of Kings, consisting of Sunfire, Namor, Doom, and Storm, and tells them that things are going to get nasty. The next sequence of events is pretty obvious. They've always known that eventually Magneto would rescind his promise to not invade their respective monarchies. He'll start in Wakanda, then move to pick them off one by one. Do they stand together or hang separately? Doom asks, "They are supposed to risk their kingdoms, expend their resources on his behalf because some supposed alliance is based on, what, race? That's fine for him and Aurora, and perhaps Namor and Sunfire if they subscribe to some broader notion of ethnic unity, but Magneto is of gypsy stock, like himself. Should he be a race traitor?" Storm tells him, "Don't be a fool. He and T'Challa have more in common than anyone else here." Doom says that he is no one's fool, woman. She is lucky that this meeting is virtual. And human or not, Doom stands alone. As his hologram disappears, Storm says that boys sheathed in metal shouldn't threaten storm goddesses. Meanwhile, over in Egypt, Apocalypse watches over as his pyramid is being built. And Magneto asks, "How is the construction going?" Apocalypse says, "He was wondering when he'd hear from him. He had to reteach the stupid humans everything they forgot. But the old school ways are the best." Magneto says he knows they have been waiting for an opportunity to spread their empire beyond North Africa. This is his chance. Apocalypse asks, "Is he speaking of the human?" And Magneto tells him, "Yes, but leave Aurora alone for now. This lesson may bring her to heal." Later, Apocalypse flies towards Wakanda, and the pilot says that they are 15 minutes out. Apocalypse says to be on the alert for potential attacks. And the other pilot asks, "Like this sudden change in weather, sir?" As lightning strikes the aircraft, Storm creates a tornado, sending the jet into a tailspin and crashing into the waters below. One of the pilots yells that the backup team is on their way. But before he could finish, the cabin begins to fill with water. Below, Namor rips open the hull, allowing the aircraft to sink, saying they are a lapdog of men without honor. Imperious Rex! Apocalypse is then thrown out the vessel into the open waters, and Namor quickly follows, asking, "Did he drown? Hopefully not. He has much more frustration to vent." But as he gets closer, Apocalypse turns and punches him, telling him to shut up. As Namor is rocketed out of the sea, Iceman yells, "Freeze, Namor!" Ice rapidly forms around, encasing Namor, and Iceman laughs, saying, "Now that Prince Tuna is on ice, let's check out the forecast and see if it's snow or rain." He turns his focus onto Storm, but as he feels something warm, he looks back saying, "What the? Oh man, this is not cool!" Sunfire blasts him with flames, causing him to melt, and Storm flies off saying, "Nicely done." After he finishes with him, retrieve and unthaw Namor. She'll be looking for any more of Apocalypse's horsemen. Across the field, Nightcrawler tells Angel to hurry up and attack the woman. He'll get Sunfire. Angel asks, "What? Is he crazy? These people are completely out of their weight class. They should probably just wait until Apocalypse surfaces, then they make their move." Nightcrawler asks, why didn't he even volunteer for this mission? And Angel says he's got a little PR problem. Some girl released a videotape of him and her, and anyway, I just want to be a hero, but not a dead one. Later, at the Black Panther castle, Apocalypse casually walks up, and the guards yell to everyone, "Here he comes! Evacuate!" But as two of the women recognize each other as someone that Black Panther had slept with, they end up fighting amongst themselves while Apocalypse continues walking in. Once inside, Apocalypse says, "There he is. Thanks for not hiding. Out of respect for his courage, he will die quick." But as Apocalypse charges in, Black Panther leaps out of the way and runs into a back room. Apocalypse sighs, ripping the door off, saying, "Hiding in his mother's dresses won't help." When Apocalypse sees who's standing there, he says, "Black Bolt?" Black Bolt opens his mouth and whispers. And a second later, there is nothing but devastation in front of him as far as the eye can see. Black Panther pops out of a box behind him saying, "Whew, even with vibranium absorbing the sound waves, that was loud. Good thing he doesn't talk on the conference calls. A lot of rebuilding ahead, but thanks to him, he still has a kingdom. Did it feel good to speak? If only a syllable." But back in Genosha, Magneto asks Pietro what is he smiling about, and if he says "I told you so." High up above Manhattan aboard the SHIELD mobile headquarters, Colonel Shaw asks, "Is there no audio?" Agent Coleridge tells him, "Unfortunately, there was too much wind on the deck. Their lip readers are trying to work out the details. But they are dealing with Mystique. If she wanted to fool a lip reader, she could easily." Shaw says he is well aware of Agent Mystique's abilities. Was there anyone else who could have overheard the conversation? Coleridge tells him that, again, it was very windy. The only thing anyone could agree on is when Mystique yelled no. Shaw watches the part of the video where Logan jumps off the helicarrier saying, "Yes, that would seem appropriate." 4 hours later, Agent Mystique reports to the Colonel's office asking that he wished to see her. Shaw holds up a file saying, "Yes, he would like to speak with her about Logan." Mystique tells him that she already submitted a report, and Shaw stops her, saying, "He's not talking about his swan dive from the deck. This is about Mexico, 2 weeks ago." Mystique says they also have that report, and Shaw looks at her and says that, yes, he does. But the issue he is having is that her and Logan's reports are almost identical. What he wants to know is what wasn't in the reports. And since the two of them are very close, there might be some unique insight she may have as to why the captain of his Red Army has literally jumped ship. So, let's start from the beginning. Mystique begins to speak, saying that 2 weeks ago, they were in the Sierra Madres. They were deployed to track down and retrieve Paula D'Onofrio, assistant press secretary to the House of Magnus. She had been kidnapped while on vacation with her family by a group of human guerrilla fighters with no connection to the human resistance. And unfortunately for them, the House of M doesn't have a negotiation policy. She and Logan ambushed them in the woods, and while she had them distracted, Logan jumped out from the bushes. It was over in a matter of minutes. He killed all of them, all but one. And as he surrendered, Logan shot him. Later that night, as they were about to report for security detail, she found him mixing pills into his drinks. Shaw asks, "How long has Logan been abusing drugs and alcohol?" Mystique pauses for a moment to think, but then asks if she can speak plainly. As Shaw nods, Mystique says that there is a rage inside Logan. He knows this. Hell, he's exploited it countless times before. Shaw says he knows, and he will do so again for the sake of mutant kind. Mystique says that's just it. Against whom? The war against the humans is over. Shaw tells her the events in Mexico seem to contradict that statement. Wouldn't you say? Mystique pauses again, then says that Logan has spent his entire life, several lifetimes in fact, fighting a war. And even though them as a race have won that war, he has personally lost more than they will ever know. So yes, he takes pills. They help dull the pain. And yes, he does drink. Sometimes it even makes him smile. But neither of those things have ever compromised Logan's abilities as an agent or a leader. Shaw asks, "How does she explain Mexico then?" And Mystique scowls, saying, "They were all caught off guard that night." The Mexican government was throwing a dinner party hosted by the American embassy to celebrate the arrival of their new Sentinel, a gift from the House of Magnus. Lots of low-level diplomats. This was all just a glorified photo op, not really a state dinner. Since Logan and her were already in Mexico, they got folded into the security detail. The Marines were already there and had everything covered, so they were just more there as ambassadors of S.H.I.E.L.D. Their presence seemed redundant, and as far as they were concerned, their mission was already over. In retrospect, they should have taken the assignment much more seriously. As the night went on, Logan found himself at the bar. But even with the amount that he was drinking, he knew something was wrong. He just wasn't fast enough. The attack came out of nowhere, and weaponized corrosive acid was thrown on him. Whoever was behind this did their homework. While Logan's skin literally melted away, he was fighting as much as his body would let him until he finally collapsed. By the time the Resistance fighters made their presence known, they were surrounded. She managed to take form of one of the diplomats and gain control of the situation, but that's when the Marines came in and proceeded to do what Marines do. The entire thing happened in less than 30 minutes. Luckily, only 9 dignitaries were injured and only 10 were killed. But the dignitaries weren't the target. It was the Sentinel, and they got it. Shaw sits back saying, "Yes, it was a very thought-out operation. He'd even go as far to say that S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't have planned it any better." Mystique stares, asking if he's suggesting that. Shaw stops her, placing a photo on the desk, asking, "Does Logan ever talk about his past?" And Mystique says, "Not often." Shaw pushes the photo, saying he wanted her to take a look at the picture and see if there's anyone she recognizes. Mystique picks up the photo, saying, "Of course, that is the man responsible for the attack on the embassy." Before taking it, Shaw tells her to look again, particularly in the bottom left-hand corner. Mystique looks again, seeing Logan in it, and slams the photo down, saying, "For the last time, Logan had nothing to do with the attack. It was him. It was Nick Fury." Shaw sits back in his chair, saying, "Okay, so you're saying that Nick Fury was the mastermind behind the attack on the Mexican embassy and the subsequent theft of the Sentinel stationed there? And that there is, to the best of your knowledge, no collusion between Agent Wolverine and Nick Fury?" Mystique says that is exactly what she is saying. No collusion, period. Shaw reaches into his desk, saying, "I see. There's one problem with that. Nick Fury has been dead for almost 20 years. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. was given the green light to intensify the anti-human campaign, all non-mutant officers were rotated out of the field and debriefed, in most cases with a high-caliber slug to the base of the brain. Nick Fury, however, was a wholly different matter. His expertise was an invaluable asset to S.H.I.E.L.D., and they were not going to waste it. and the only way to get Nick to cooperate was to take his son as a suggestion piece.
He was tasked with hand-picking candidates for the Red Guard. Once he had made an acceptable group, he would be free to go, while still being kept under surveillance. He was a strict commander, no nonsense, made the mutants listen to him. That was until he met Cadet Wolverine. Logan was the smallest of the group, and Nick decided that he was going to be the one to lead the trainee squad. And it was on Fury's recommendation that Logan would be appointed head of the guard. Mystique says she wasn't aware that they were friends, and Shaw asks, "Friends? No. By all accounts, they absolutely hated each other, and the situation came to a head very quickly. Fury had told the squad that if any of them had any issues with each other, they would settle it out in a makeshift arena." One of the cadets asked, "What if they have a problem with him?" And Fury walked into the circle and waited. And sure enough, Logan decided he wasn't having any more of Fury's BS. The two scrapped, and Fury was in control for most of the fight. But Logan managed to overtake him, and, well, Mystique asks, "Did Logan kill Fury?" And Shaw says, "They don't know. Only one other possible suspect was ever identified. Travis Spangler, codename Earshot." One of the cadets that Fury literally brought to his knees in front of his teammates. The next day, Earshot didn't show up for training, and when Fury went looking for him, he walked into a trap. The gas depot has no smoking signs for a reason. Earshot later committed suicide 2 days before his court-martial. Mystique asks, "Was Fury's body ever found? He could have set up that whole scenario to provide cover for his escape. All he would need is a..." And she stops, realizing he'd have needed help. Shaw says, "Exactly. Now, what happened when you went to visit Logan in the infirmary, after the attack on the embassy?" Mystique closes her eyes and says, "He wasn't there." Shaw tells her, "That is it. He wasn't there. And according to the reports, it took her 3 days to catch up to him. And by then, he had already engaged Nick Fury." Mystique says that's correct. And Shaw says, "That is quite remarkable. Couldn't you agree?" Now, the next question is quite obvious. How did Logan know that it was Fury he was looking for? Mystique says she doesn't know. Shaw goes on saying, "Back then in the arena, the two decided to settle their differences, and Fury actually stabbed Logan in the ear. Now, that wouldn't kill Logan, but it might give him a nasty headache, and Fury knew that. When Fury pulled his knife out, some of the others said that they thought they heard him say something to Logan, that one of these days, him and his kind are gonna go down hard, and he'd be the one to do it." Shaw leans back and opens the next file asking, does she think that perhaps the message that Logan left in his hospital room, the "do not follow" carved onto the windowsill, was left for her specifically? Mystique tells him yes, and Shaw says, "Okay. And does she believe that this was to be taken literally or metaphorically?" Mystique says she doesn't understand the question, and Shaw tells her that he will forgive her feigned ignorance once. Now, answer. Mystique pauses for a moment and says, "Logan isn't the poetic type." Shaw nods saying, "Right, and yet you followed him alone, effectively disobeying a direct order. And you compromised Agent Drew by requesting that she delay notifying him of Logan's AWOL status." Mystique says that she has no excuse for her actions, and Shaw gets up and slams his fist into the desk, causing it to explode. As Mystique steps back, he tells her, "Then she must admit he does. Take her to the brig." Later that night, Shaw heads into the forensics lab, asking the scientist, is it a yes or a no? Is Nick Fury dead or alive? The scientist says he can't be certain one way or the other. They have very little evidence from the scene of the fire. What the jet fuel didn't completely incinerate, the plastic explosives scattered to the four winds.
Unfortunately, there's no evidence here that can tell them whether or not Nick Fury was even in the building. He did, however, find something else. When he pulled up Nick Fury's personnel file to get his medical info, he happened to notice something strange in the access log. The file's only ever been accessed 3 times since the investigation surrounding Fury's death was concluded. Twice by him, and the other time by... As Shaw sees the name, he leaves and heads to the brig, telling Mystique that they're going to have to start this all over again. She said that Logan didn't say much about his past. Well, what did he talk about? Mystique sighs, saying that he talked about how the world was before the rise of mutant kind. How, even though he was despised for being what he is, he somehow felt like he belonged in that world, because he had a purpose, and how that's all gone now. One night before bed, Logan was drinking again, and she told him that he should ease up. He said that she didn't understand. The drinking, that little bit of death, it's the only thing that makes him feel alive anymore. She pressed him, asking why. Because the war is over? They were only humans. They meant nothing to him. But it was what Logan responded with. Not all of them. There was one. Shaw thinks for a moment, saying, he had a purpose, And how did she track him down? Mystique says the same way that Logan tracked Fury. You assumed, because it played into your collusion theory, that Logan somehow knew that it was Fury he was after the whole time. He didn't necessarily have to know that at all. The sole reason that the embassy was targeted by Fury was because he wanted the Sentinel. Therefore, she knew, just as Logan did, that if she located the Sentinel, she'd find out who she was looking for. A Sentinel is large and hard to move without being noticed. It would have been brought somewhere close to the embassy, a place that could do a chop job on site. Somewhere like an old steel mill. And that's where she found what she was looking for, as did Logan. Shaw asks, you held back from entering the building and joining Logan? Why? Mystique tells him that it would have been stupid for her to run in blindly into a hot situation. Besides, Logan can take care of himself. As always, Logan clawed his way through the mill, killing everyone he came across until he finally reached his target, Fury. But it wasn't him. It was a projection of him. Fury said that the House of M will fall. They have cells of resistance fighters positioned around the globe and receiving all the data they'll need to neutralize the Sentinels patrolling their respective sectors. Once that's accomplished, the only thing standing between them and their ultimate goal is the Red Guard, meaning him, meaning nothing. Logan said that he could keep on thinking that, but he'd come after him. He'd kill every human on this earth if he needed to. That he'd just be killing time since the war ended. But now, he was going to find him and make sure that he stayed dead. Fury tipped him off about Mystique's arrival and set off a bomb. Logan came running to her rescue just before the building came down, and they just barely managed to get away. Shaw nods, saying, that's interesting. When did she hear Fury's name? And Mystique says when she entered the building and Logan yelled it. Shaw tells her, no, it would have had to have been at least 2 months ago, because that's when you first accessed Fury's personnel file. Mystique says that she loves him, and Shaw says, you love him? So you gave him the one thing that he could not live without. You gave him back his war. The attack on the Mexican embassy, possibly even the kidnapping, the theft and dismantling of the Sentinel, the showdown at the steel mill. You orchestrated all of it. You were Nick Fury. Mystique changes her form to Fury, saying, congratulations. In her defense, she only incurred human casualties, and the Sentinel specs, of course, were never transmitted. She destroyed the data personally. However, she is fully prepared to face the consequences of her actions, whatever they may be. Shaw waves to the guard, saying, Good. You'll start immediately. As the cell opens, Mystique asks, "You're releasing me?" Shaw tells her, "That is correct, and you will start immediately. You send him on this chase, so you're going to bring him back." As the Veterans Hall in New York sits half empty, an old Steve Rogers says he really shouldn't be too surprised. What was it that his ex-wife used to say? "You got everything you ever wanted. If the world didn't turn out how you thought it would, well, that's just life. Welcome to it." And that's just it. It wasn't how the world turned out that is the issue. It's how the world sees him. He is old, forgotten, and now he is sitting in a room with no more than 24 people talking about old war stories. He and Bucky used to have many adventures. They'd risk their lives every single day to protect their home. They would fight Nazis, take down Baron Zemo, and help bring down the Berlin Wall. There were others too, and he isn't one to take all the credit. Red Skull was killed, Adolf Hitler was captured. It was a different time back then. People celebrated his triumphs. It was in the early 50s when things started changing. The Senate questioned him on his relation to Namor, since Namor was also a part of the handful of people who helped him in the war. When mutant kind started to take over, the Senate wanted information about Namor, along with Toro, the Human Torch. But Steve refused. Those were his friends. He had nothing to tell the panel that they didn't already know, and so he resigned. A few years later, he'd be one of the first men to walk on the moon. And when he came out of the capsule, he was asked to say something newsworthy. So he thought for a moment and then stepped out. "This is one small step for man, one giant leap for peace between man and mutant kind." It wasn't received well. But the bad things didn't just end there. Soon after that, his wife Peggy would leave him, upset that the choices he'd been making were embarrassing enough. But being a mutant rights activist? So he turned to the one person left, Bucky Barnes. But he too was concerned. He spoke that the mutants' rights groups were effectively terrorists. And sure, terrorists isn't an exclusive term to mutants, except with these mutants, they don't plant bombs, they are bombs. Decades would pass, but those words stayed with Steve. The mutant issue wasn't black or white. It was about politics and prejudice and fear. It was about shades of gray. While he spoke for equal rights for all people, regardless of race, creed, color, or genetics, he watched as the world changed. The mutant population explosion became something undeniable. Regardless of how mankind felt, it was clear that they would soon be the minority. And in this period of change, one mutant rose to prominence: Magnus. After Magnus's destruction of the Sentinel program in the early 70s, the rushing tide finally took over. Magnus was suddenly spoken of as a world leader. He was meeting with the United Nations and discussing ideas. Maybe it was the stubborn old warhorse in him, but Magnus's visions of the future, his ideas for peace, they didn't sit well with him. And perhaps foolishly, he said so. He was very outspoken about his worries that the leaders were falling in line to agree with Magnus, that he himself had no ill will towards mutants, but he was a man who judged someone by their deeds and their words. It also didn't help that when he was talking about the topic of things people say, he compared many of Magnus's statements to be on par with men like Mussolini, Stalin, and men like Hitler. It wasn't surprising that he was then forced into an early retirement after that speech. Turns out that Magnus had already gotten much farther inside the system than anyone realized, and dissent was not going to be tolerated. Time went by, fast, and in the coming years, Bucky would die in the line of duty working for S.H.I.E.L.D., and he wasn't even allowed to speak at the funeral. They never even told him the circumstances of his death, though it seemed clear that it had something to do with a S.H.I.E.L.D. op on Genosha. Now, it's been 50 years since that day he walked on the moon, and he is still thinking about Peggy, wondering what she'd think of this dinner party they threw for him. What can he say? He captured Adolf Hitler in his bunker with his own 2 hands. He walked on the moon, and in the end, there's not much more to do than thank the people who walked beside him, those who triumphed and those who fell. All the rest are just leaves scattered on the winds of history, a history of a world that no longer exists, that's no longer relevant. As Steve walks down into the subway, a group of kids, mutants, come running through, nearly knocking him over. Steve balled his fist, but just picked up his hat and got on the train. It's hard to believe that this is the world that they fought for, that this is the world that Bucky and so many others died for, a world where humans have been pushed aside for mutants. It sounds naive to say it, but it doesn't seem fair. You really just never know how life will go. He could have died 100 times in the war, but instead, he lived. He captured Hitler with his own 2 hands, and then he got to walk on the moon 10 years later. Guess that's not too shabby, right? What was it Peggy used to say? You got everything you ever wanted. If the world didn't turn out how he thought it would be, well, that's just life. Steve laughs to himself, thinking back, and says, still, he thought it would be a lot different than this. As journalist Catherine Farrell from the Daily Bugle makes her way to the Stark building after a recent attack, she sees there is a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents there. While she stops to look, one of the guards asks, "Can they help her?" And Catherine says, "No, just passing by," and the guard says they know who she is. She's from the Bugle. She's thinking about writing a story about the crime scene. Catherine asks, what level mutant psychic is he? And the guard tells her, higher than her. Move along. He's allowed to bring her in for questioning if he sees her as a potential problem. That could really screw up a person's day. And night. And the next day. Move along. Catherine looks over asking, does he have any comment on what happened here then? The guard says, a sapient hopped up on MGH, ran through a plate glass door. And Catherine asks, that's why S.H.I.E.L.D. is here? A kid hopped up on, but guard stops her saying that it's standard procedure. Catherine asks, really? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s red guard is normal? The people have a right to know why Sebastian Shaw is here. People have a right to be safe. As the guard looks back, Catherine snaps a photo on her phone, but as the guard turns back to her, she's already gone. Later, Catherine rushes back to the office, already being late for the 3 o'clock meeting with the editor-in-chief, who happens to be a mutant, and the staff to go over the next week's cover pieces. The editor-in-chief glares at Catherine as she comes in, saying she'd like to not have to make an example out of her. The 3 o'clock starts at 3 o'clock. Catherine gets ready to take her seat, saying she was at Stark Tower. There was some commotion. S.H.I.E.L.D. was there. The Red Guard was there. There's a story, and The editor-in-chief stops her, saying that they will wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. clearance before reporting anything regarding it. But as the editor-in-chief moves on to the next topic, Catherine asks, why? Why would they just wait for clearance? Why do they need to? The editor-in-chief says because if something did happen and S.H.I.E.L.D. is there, it involves their safety, and those who protect them need their cooperation too. Catherine then speaks over her, saying that Sebastian Shaw was there. The agent said it was just a kid juiced up on MGH, and Sebastian Shaw with a flank of Red Guard walked through, which is unusual. The editor-in-chief tells her, yes, that is, and they will wait for clearance. Catherine then asks, isn't it their job to investigate anything and everything that happens in the city? Aren't they reporters and not government press agents? The editor-in-chief glares, saying this conversation would have been so much more appealing to her at 3 when the meeting began. Go make a paper, everyone. Once the meeting is over, Ben Urich organizes his papers asking Catherine, "What was that exactly?" Catherine asks, "What?" She should be able to speak her mind. And Ben says, it's a mutant's world they live in. His advice? She should really be picking her fights better. Catherine says that's just it. They've never picked a fight. They take the path of least resistance all the way through, so they'll let them work here. Like they need to be allowed to work. Ben sighs, sitting on the table, asking, why is this bothering her? What happened today? Catherine tells him today just feels different. And Ben says, we're lucky to have these jobs. They do get to work, and every once in a while, they get to really sink their teeth into something that affects change, real change. Catherine says that he might, but Ben tells her that that's because he picks his fights, and he also doesn't take on the editor-in-chief in front of her staff. So if he were her, he'd find something truly inspiring to work on. As night fell, Catherine sat at her desk, typing up what she'd thought was inspirational. First, it was Magnus and how he survived the concentration camps. Then how he unveiled the truth of the worldwide anti-mutant conspiracy while Nixon was president. Which, didn't they have a picture of them together? Catherine heads into the archives to look through the photos when she suddenly hears the door creak. When she looks back, she sees Hawkeye standing on one of the filing cabinets with an arrow pointed at her. Before she has a chance to even speak, Hawkeye fires 3 arrows, pinning her to the wall, asking, does she know who he is? Catherine begs for him to not hurt her, but Hawkeye pulls back another arrow, asking who is he? Who is she? She tells him that she is a reporter. She's just a reporter, and Hawkeye scoffs, saying that he only reads the sports section, when he was alive at least. Maybe he should have read more when he was alive. Maybe he'd understand what the hell is going on. He then holds the news clipping up, telling her to read what it says. After having her glasses handed back to her, Catherine says it's about the Magnus tribute in Central Park. Hawkeye asks, what? He then turns the article, reading the headline that he died, then turns it back, yelling to read it again. But to Catherine, she still sees the headline for Magnus's Sentinel Memorial landmark. Hawkeye sighs, saying, this is unbelievable. She really doesn't know he existed? He knows that she might be thinking that she is having a bad day. He found out that he died a few months ago. You know, top that. Catherine quietly stares, and Hawkeye goes on saying, she's a reporter, right? Want a story? He used to be a moderately successful superhero, had an action figure and everything, and then he went and got dead. Wanda kinda had a thing for her once, and then she goes and flips out and takes him out in a crazy mutant tantrum. Wanda and he didn't always see eye to eye, but he never thought she hated him that much. Catherine asks, is he talking about Wanda Maximoff? And Hawkeye says, yeah, how about that? He's dead and Wanda is a princess. Catherine then asks, he thinks Wanda killed him? And Hawkeye looks away, telling her that he wishes he could, I don't know, jam a torch in her armpit like they did in that Indiana Jones movie, and she'd wake the hell up and believe him, so that she can see what he sees. He was killed months ago, and now here he is in this mutant paradise / nightmare. And the illusions, they're so paper thin. That's the amazing part, paper thin, which means his existence here is paper thin. Before he died, Magneto, Magnus, their king or whatever, was a mutant terrorist, and his daughter ended up with mutant powers she couldn't control, and killed him as well as a bunch of other heroes in her meltdown. Of course, he didn't know that at the time. He thought he died a hero in the blaze of glory. Seems he died a spaz, not knowing who was pulling his strings, which sucks by any measure. But then he wakes up to this. He would have been fine too if it wasn't for this little bopper mutant who couldn't control her powers and woke up his brain even though he asked her not to. As Hawkeye pulls the arrows out, he tells her that he didn't mean to attack her. Believe it or not, he's one of the good guys. Catherine asks what is his name, and Hawkeye says Clint. Actually, she got a few moments. There's something he'd like to show her, if she isn't busy or anything. Later, just outside what was Avengers Mansion, Hawkeye says that this was it. All the greatest heroes in the world gathered here to fight foes they couldn't fight individually. Thor, Captain America. This was where he lived. This is where he died. God did they screw up. Do you know how insane it is to have memories of how your life was versus how Magneto wants you to think it was? I have both. Anyways, excuse him for a moment. Hawkeye walks up to the memorial with a sentinel head and reads the plaque. The mutant blood lost here was the last that will ever be lost in war. Hawkeye pulls back on his bow and releases 3 exploding arrows, blowing 3 holes in the sentinel's head and burning the memorial. After being knocked back from the blast, Hawkeye gets back up and dusts himself off, saying, "That'll show them." Sorry about all that, but he was owed a tantrum, he thinks. And as he listens, he sighs, hearing the sirens in the distance saying, "Great, and now the cops are coming." Catherine gets up asking, why is she here? What is he? Hawkeye tells her that he wanted her to know, wanted her to see. He wants someone to know. He knows she doesn't believe him, probably thinks he's some bipolar schizo, but that's okay. She doesn't have to believe him, just report it. Even if she reports that he's a wacko, that's fine too. The thing is, the more he thinks about why he was brought back to life by that dingy gypsy, the more he thinks that she wants him to put her out of her misery. Like she wants him to put a stop to this. Why on earth would she bring him back like this? So you know what? That's what's going to happen. Tomorrow, she is gonna hear that someone shot a wooden arrow right into Magneto's big fat head, and no one's going to know why, but she will. He is going to go to Genosha Island, and he is going to put that entire family down. He is going to put her out of her misery, return the favor. He doesn't have the power to put the world back the way it was, and he doesn't even know if it can be put back. But he damn well can kick the guy's ass who did it. What's Magneto going to do? Kill him? And with that, Hawkeye picks up his bag and leaves the park, leaving Catherine to the police. News has traveled all across the world that mutants, ranging in the millions, have all suddenly lost their mutant powers. But in Paris, as reporters begin to close out their broadcast just outside X-Corp, a truck comes speeding through and into the tower. A few seconds later, an explosion goes off. As the X-Men watch at the Xavier Institute, Havoc shouts asking what do they want to bet that this is going to be blamed on them, that this is just the beginning. Emma asks, the beginning of what? It's even hard to just think about what's already happened. A short while later, Cyclops gathers everyone into the war room to begin to go over the plans of what they will be doing next. He and Emma have decided that for the safety of the students, all those who have been affected will be sent home. On the same token, they will be opening their doors to any mutant looking for a safe haven. Everyone is scared. They have to find ways to restore a measure of calm in the world. And then, if they're lucky, hope. Meanwhile, over in the Pentagon, Dr. Valerie Cooper is brought into One to help assess the current state of affairs. General Laser tells her that the president has issued that their organization is to respond to this mutant crisis in any way they should need in order to keep things under control. Valerie asks, is that really a good idea? Him telling the X-Men bring it on could lead to some serious consequences. Laser asks what X-Men? Has she not seen the reports? For all intents and purposes, the global mutant community has been annihilated. They don't know how or why or who is responsible. They don't know if it will get worse. They don't know how the survivors will react. The one thing they can do is to try and keep the peace. The president declared it a national emergency. That means that one is in business. So she can either be a part of the solution, or she can quit. Back at the Institute, Emma uses Cerebra to try and locate as many mutants as she can, but she sees that the current population is less than she'd hoped for. Emma storms out, grabbing a drink, but even as she finishes, her anger just takes over and she throws the glass against the wall. Cyclops comes in after hearing the glass shatter and asks, "Is it that bad?" Emma says that their initial estimate that 90% of the world's extant mutants have been affected is proving to be conservative. Before the Scarlet Witch, they numbered in the millions. They were the rightful inheritors of the Earth. But right now, at best, they're barely in the hundreds. They don't just qualify as an endangered species, they're hovering on the brink of outright extinction. Cyclops tells her that they will adapt. Life is change, evolution, growth. Do not forget that. X-Men is plural, and they will get through this. Meanwhile, back with Laser, he tells his soldiers that they have orders straight from the Commander-in-Chief. Effective immediately, the military component of the Office of National Emergency is active. Consistent with their charter and the needs of this crisis, they will be deployed accordingly. This is a moment of truth in human history. They must deal with the genetic devastation on a worldwide scale. Know that their actions will make the difference. Make America proud. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, a homeless man sits against a building with his cup saying, "I only wanted what was best." A teen runs by, taking the man's money, yelling, "Got your buck, old man!" The man hangs his head, repeating the same words. "I only wanted what was best." Eventually, he gets up and heads back to his hotel room, still muttering the same thing over and over. And as he takes off his hat and looks in the mirror, the face of Magneto stares right back. Back at the Institute, Wolverine watches as all the depowered students begin to be taken home, and Colossus asks how many are left. Wolverine pops his claws, hearing the footsteps behind him, but says, "Not a lot. 30 maybe." But as Colossus sits with Wolverine in the woods, the two hear a gunshot off in the distance. Suddenly, 3 mutants run out of the woods towards the Institute when there is another blast at their feet. The larger mammoth-like mutant starts to get up, saying the Sapiens are using artillery. Just then, a group of human soldiers run out with a woman in a mask, and one of them says, "That's it, string 'em up!" The soldiers begin moving the mutants and tying them to crosses, while the others start to pour gas. As a soldier strikes a match, Wolverine asks them, "Did they not see the sign? This is private property. That means no trespassing." The soldiers quickly turn and open fire, but Colossus stands in the way, letting the bullets bounce off his chest. The soldier with the match quickly tosses it on the mutant tied down, and Wolverine claws his way through, grabbing the mutant and pulling him out. But as the soldiers retreat, a loud robotic voice yells, "X-Men, stand down." Just then, larger than normal sentinels start to fly down, and everyone stops what they're doing. After a few moments, Cyclops tells everyone to gather on him. Stay in formation until they find out what this all means. Wolverine charges in, saying it means the end of them unless they do something now. One of the sentinels calls out, "Stand down! Stand down!" But as Havoc asks, what are they going to do? There is a blast knocking everyone to the ground. Smoke begins to fill the air, and Havoc asks Bobby, shouldn't he be inside? And Bobby asks why, because he lost his ice powers? Up ahead, Wolverine and Beast run straight for one of the Sentinels. The Sentinel fires 2 rockets that explode into nets, sending them to the ground. But Wolverine begins tearing his way back out. Rogue then flies in, telling Wolverine to be careful, but he already starts climbing up the Sentinel's leg, saying it's a little too late for that now. Beast begins to follow, but the Sentinel smacks him off, launching him to the ground. Rogue flies up higher to blast the Sentinel, asking, why can't they just leave them alone? Havoc tells Polaris that there's a Sentinel heading straight for Beast. Those things are metal. This is her shot. She can overload them. What is she doing? Polaris nervously says, yeah, no problem. But as Polaris runs in, she asks herself, why doesn't she just tell them? Because maybe it will pass. Maybe there's a chance she'd be normal again. But they're all she has left, and she is scared of losing them. Back in Cerebra, Emma begins to get a reading from inside the Sentinels. They should try pulling back until they can find out for sure what's going on. As Havoc and Cyclops are attacked, Cyclops says that that's easier said than done. While everyone else still keeps pressing the attack, Bobby runs out and Polaris tells him he should be inside. Bobby asks, what? Just because he doesn't have his powers doesn't mean he's not an X-Men. He then runs out, taunting the Sentinels, yelling, come on, have a piece of Bobby Drake, if you're big enough. As the Sentinel fires a blast at him, Polaris helps him up and Bobby says, okay, now it's angry. Now's a good time to show it what you can do. After a few moments of nothing, Bobby asks, what is she waiting for? And Polaris says maybe the Sentinels aren't here to fight them. Maybe. Another blast is fired at the two, and the Sentinel gets ready to step on them. But up top, Wolverine climbs up saying they had this coming, and he then slams his claws into the Sentinel's forehead, shorting it out and causing it to fall back on the mansion. As the smoke clears, Bobby gets back up saying he's sorry for screaming, he just didn't think she'd wait that long. Polaris nervously laughs, telling him, should have had a little more faith. Soon, all of the Sentinels begin to stand still, and Emma calls out she's done it. She's locked on to their thoughts. Cyclops asks, thoughts? They are machines. They are attacking. But while Cyclops begins to gather everyone around, they notice that Polaris isn't with them. Up ahead, Polaris stands beneath one of the Sentinels and looks up thinking maybe she just thinks she lost her powers. Maybe if she puts herself in a position where she'll really need them, they'll come back. The Sentinel reaches down, picks up Polaris, and then throws her into the woods. Polaris smacks against a few trees before falling down. But then she hears a voice telling her that was pretty dumb. She's lucky that they're here to help. A group of soldiers walk out, and Polaris asks what's going on. And just then, Valerie steps out from behind the soldiers saying, hey, it's been a long time, huh? Back out in the field, Havoc begins to attack, and Emma tells them that they need to stop. These Sentinels are human. Cyclops runs over to assist, saying these creatures might be a lot of things, but human isn't one of them. And inside the Sentinel, the pilot flips a few switches, saying, those two down there are getting pretty snippy. Permission to liquidate them, Mr. Lexington? Lexington replies, permission denied, Briggs, and ease up a little. While Bobby runs into the woods, Valerie runs out, telling the Sentinels to stop firing before she comes up there and drags them out with her bare hands. Cyclops and Havoc ask, what is she doing? And Valerie says that she is trying to help them, and they are not making it easy. Wolverine begins to walk up saying, there's also the Sapient League scum who are crawling all over too. Cyclops sighs, saying, they have a lot of unwanted trespassers around here. Valerie then says sarcastically that she is sure if she'd called ahead saying that they were sending over a few Sentinels, that everyone would have welcomed them with open arms. But just then, the back hatch of the Sentinels start to spring open, and all the pilots start to come out. Lexington tells them that some of them already know, but Dr. Cooper is Deputy National Security Advisor for the Mutant Affairs with the Office of National Emergency. His name is Alexander Lexington, Sentinel Squad Leader. It's a pleasure to finally meet them. But as Lexington holds out his hand to shake, Cyclops just stares at him, and another pilot says it looks like the feelings aren't reciprocated. Cyclops turns, saying that if they ever need their help, he will call them. For now, they can all hop back in their big machines and leave. Valerie says that's the thing. That's what she's been trying to tell them. They're here to stay. Cyclops asks, how long do they plan on planting themselves here then? And Valerie says that depends. Briggs starts to get back into his Sentinels, saying he doesn't know why they're even bothering to help these people. If it wasn't for orders, he'd say just let them rot. Havoc then asks if they are all supposed to be keeping the peace, why are some of the goons getting back in their Sentinels? Lexington says, that's standard operating practice. Don't take it personally. Rogue scoffs, saying she'd rather take her chances with the Sapient League. But just then, the masked woman can be heard shouting, fire! And suddenly, fire starts to rain from the sky. As League soldiers start running in, Valerie tells Cyclops that they are under attack. Now he can either let them help, or they can sit on that mutant pride and swivel. But meanwhile in the woods, Bobby feels a gun pressed to the back of his head, and a League soldier tells him don't move. Another soldier tells the man to just shoot, but the gunman says they gotta make sure that this is one of them. Bobby laughs, asking, what? Do they think he's a mutant? He just works in the kitchens. Most nights he just spits in the food for the hell of it. But through the brush, the masked woman walks out telling him to stop talking. He is sentenced to death in the name of the people. While Bobby knees, he asks what people might that be, and the masked woman cracks him across the face with her gun. She then grabs him by the hair and lifts him back up, getting ready to shoot, when suddenly her arm starts to freeze over. A few moments later, Cyclops and the others rush in after Emma had located Bobby. But when they see him, they see that he is covered in ice. And Bobby asks, what's wrong? Why are they all looking at him like that? But just then, Bobby begins to shout in pain, and Rogue asks, what's happening to his skin? Bobby groans, saying he's just getting his powers back, right? He's a proper X-Man again. That's a good thing. Cyclops tells everyone not to touch him just yet, not until Emma runs some tests first. Bobby looks around, asking, where is Polaris? Back out in the field, Leaguers chase Polaris when Wolverine dives in to save her. He asks, is she out of her mind? But just then, an optic beam blows through the Leaguers and Cyclops yells that this ends now. Everyone runs back into the woods, and Wolverine asks, why didn't she just take out those guys? She's brought down bigger things without trying. Polaris says they took her by surprise is all. She just didn't have time. While the team regroups, there is a sudden stillness in the air, and everyone, including the soldiers, all look up. A sentinel materializes, saying, stand down, terrorists. Don't make me get nasty. Havoc asks, is that a stealth sentinel? Okay, they have to admit, that's impressive. The Sentinels starts firing on the Leaguers, and Cyclops yells for them to stop, but as he gets close, he gets knocked over by a giant metal foot of the Sentinel. Cyclops heads back to Valerie, and she tells him, this is something. X-Men and Sentinels fighting side by side? And Cyclops forces a laugh, saying, yeah, one of them used me as a football. But as the Leaguers are cleared out, one helicopters begin to fly in, and Valerie says, don't worry, this is just security. Maybe that will cost them a little freedom. Cyclops asks, isn't that how it always begins though? Give up a little freedom in the name of security? But then you're asked to give up a little more, and a little more. Later in the medbay, Emma finishes her scans, saying his thought patterns feel quite the same as the other depowered mutants, so she suspects there was something self-imposed about his condition. She entered his brain just as the Sapient League bullet was about to destroy it. She was looking for a blockage, for a lack of better term. The cerebral hemispheres were a mess. Remember, he thought he was about to die, so his consciousness was in turmoil. It was like the last days of the Third Reich in there, without the Wagnerian soundtrack. She couldn't find what she was looking for in the corpus callosum, so she went for the hypothalamus. There was a tiny abnormality behind the pituitary body, a resistance. Bobby yells, he gets it! She turned him back on again. There's a trigger in his brain or something, a magic trigger. Emma says if it was only that simple. There is no magic trigger, and she didn't turn on his powers. That is beyond even her. She simply helped him reconnect to the powers he had all the time. His mind suffered a severe shock from the events of M-Day. He was so scared of losing his powers that he himself turned them off. Polaris asks, maybe if that's what happened to Bobby, they could do it to others? Emma tells her to please pay attention. Bobby wasn't depowered. He depowered himself. Bobby laughs, reaching out, saying, he's just a little unique. But as his arm touches Polaris, she screams, and Havoc tells him to back off, learn a little control. Bobby begins to concentrate, and then actually reverts back to himself without his powers. Cyclops asks, is he supposed to be able to do that? And Bobby asks, how is he supposed to compete with Havoc if he's always looking like the abominable snowman? Cyclops then tells him no, change back right now. They can't risk him not having his powers. But Polaris says they don't have to worry about competing with anyone. There is something she should have said, but was too scared to before. Wolverine asks, is it about losing her powers? Because they already assumed that. Bobby asks, what does she mean? And Polaris says she lost her powers, and she knows what that means, so she'll pack her bags and leave. Cyclops follows her, saying she doesn't have to. This is her home. She will always be one of them. Polaris tells them there is nothing for her here since she saw that thing out in space. Now she can sense that whatever it is, it's coming down to Earth. So she'll be wherever it is when it lands. Bobby asks when what lands, and Polaris says she isn't sure, but she's going to find out. As Polaris walks away, Bobby says he will go talk her out of it, but Havoc pushes him out of the way, saying he's too late. He will only hurt her again. They all know it's too dangerous for Polaris to leave on her own. That is why he will follow her wherever she goes. He is leaving the X-Men. Later, after gathering his stuff, Havoc begins to leave, and Cyclops tells him he can't do this. He is ordering him to stay. Polaris says that she doesn't want to cause any trouble, and Cyclops goes on saying he heard her. If she wants to go on some wild goose chase looking for lost powers, fine. But he isn't losing him too. There's a struggle on the horizon, maybe the biggest they've ever faced. They owe it to the students. Havoc walks past, saying he can't let Polaris do this on her own. She needs him. I'm sorry, Scott. As Havoc continues on, Bobby follows with his own bag. Cyclops tells him he isn't doing this. Bobby yells he isn't going to let Havoc be the one to protect her. He isn't going to let him get a clear run at Polaris. Emma then walks up, saying they both need to stop acting like juveniles and start acting like X-Men. Cyclops asks how long does he think he is going to last out there? Look at himself. He can hardly control his own movements. Emma tells him that Cyclops is right. The part of his brain that she managed to switch on to restore his powers might need some readjustment. Bobby stands there for a moment and sighs, saying, fine. Later, in Costa Rica at a resort, Havoc and Polaris sit down at a dining table with an older couple, as the man says this is a nice, normal community. And by normal, he means there's no one here suddenly sprouting wings. His wife hushes him, saying, that's enough. But enough about that. Are you two married? Havoc says yes, but Polaris says no. Havoc then says they were divorced, but got married again. The older woman says that's a lot to pack. Youngsters these days. The next morning, Polaris sits out on the porch, meditating, saying she can feel the cosmic particles moving through her. Havoc tells her that's just the extra glass of vino that she had last night. But Polaris tells him that it may sound dippy, but she's connected to what she saw. It's coming here, soon. Havoc then says she said that in Nebraska and Acapulco. Maybe they should have bought a round-the-world ticket. Polaris laughs, saying she can tell he hates doing this, but let's just stay out of trouble until she finds what she is looking for. Just then, the old man shouts as he is thrown out of his room, and a group of men following, saying they are looking for a young man and woman, American, new in town. Maybe their stories don't add up. The old man says there isn't anyone here like that, but one of the men kicks him, and another says the truth, or his friends cut his throat. Polaris pulls at Havoc, saying those men don't know they're here. They could just walk away. Havoc asks, what? Walk away? Just then, the thugs hear a humming. As the ground shakes, Havoc walks up asking, is there a problem here? Before anyone could answer, Havoc blasts the thugs off the old man while the others point their guns. They get ready to fire, but Havoc turns his blasts on them, blowing the guns up in their faces. Havoc begins to walk up, and one of the thugs yells that his knife melted into his hand. And Havoc says, that must hurt. Later that night, the older couple tells Havoc and Polaris that they hope everything works out for them. Just make sure next time that their stories are the same, and decide whether to be married or not. Polaris says they certainly will, but as Havoc takes off, she then says that if you'd listened to what I said, they would have killed that poor man. Havoc tells her that she wasn't herself, just forget it. Where should they head next? And Polaris sighs, saying, maybe home. Suddenly, Havoc stops the car as something shoots across the sky, saying, they may not want to leave just yet. The two quickly head over to where the object crash landed, but Polaris hurries through the broken patch of wood, saying this is it. This is what she saw in space. Havoc follows closely behind. When he stops, he looks down at a green creature asking, is it alive? The alien begins to speak in a strange language, and Polaris smiles, saying, they aren't alone, are they? As Polaris tries to get closer, Havoc grabs her, saying they should not be anywhere near this thing, especially not at night. The alien begins to speak again, and Polaris yells that it's wanting them to stay. Havoc asks, is that what it's doing? All he can hear is squeaks and whistles. Come on, they should... But before he can finish, there is a sudden blast of air launching Havoc back. Polaris asks if he's okay, and Havoc says that thing just blew him away. Polaris excitedly tells him no, that's her. It's the first sputtering of her powers returning. Isn't this incredible? Havoc grabs her, saying that was not her. They will head back to the hotel for now, and with any luck, this thing will be gone in the morning. Polaris asks what gives him the right to, but then Havoc is blasted away again. Polaris yells that she has only been around him for 5 minutes, and her powers are already coming back. That didn't hurt, did it? Havoc gets to his feet, saying that was not her. That was the creature. Polaris shouts that he is lying, and if he won't believe her, then that's his problem. This is what she saw in space. This is what she's been waiting for. She is staying. But behind her, off in the distance, something begins to phase into existence. Havoc stares, and Polaris turns back, asking, see? Miracles and wonders. The object fully materializes as a sphinx with Apocalypse's face. Havoc grabs Polaris again, saying this place is getting too weird and dangerous. But Polaris kicks him off and starts running towards the alien. Havoc yells for her to come back, but she tells him that he is just like his brother. If he'd have just relaxed and listened to what Dap has to say, Havoc asks, it has a name now? And Polaris says Dap is just one of their names. They have many others. As Havoc begins to argue his point, he is blasted with another wave of air, and Polaris says that Dap can help her. Havoc regains his stance, saying that it's a revolting alien monster, and it can no more help her than a giant potato. It doesn't matter that it's what she saw in space. She doesn't need it. Polaris asks, is that it? All she needs is him? And Havoc tells her, no, she probably doesn't need him either. She doesn't need Bobby. She doesn't need her mutant powers. But this is an alien creature, way beyond their but the alien then speaks once more and launches Alex back into a tree, knocking him out. Polaris looks back saying, she knows it was him this time, Dap. If he really hurt Havoc, they can't be friends anymore. Dap speaks, and Polaris says she knows she has been smitten with him since she first saw him, but please don't make her choose between her friends and him. As Dap talks, Polaris says he is asking so much of her. But just then, the masked woman from the States jumps out of the woods with a knife, grabbing Polaris from behind. Polaris screams for Havoc, and as he gets up, Havoc sends a shockwave, knocking the masked woman off. However, he doesn't stop there. He focuses his blasts and aims it directly at Dap, saying he should have done this when he first saw him. Dap releases another blast of energy, pushing Havoc back, but Havoc pushes back as hard as he can, obliterating the alien. The mangled flesh of the alien begins to liquefy, reaching out towards Polaris and the masked woman. As it lifts them into the air, Polaris shouts for help, and Havoc watches, asking, what has he done? Once they're gone, he looks down to see the masked woman's mask, along with a pendant with a picture of a little girl. And that was the Comicstorian House of M Omnibus. What did you guys think of this story? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Like and subscribe. It helps the channel out a lot. I'm Dan with Comicstorian, and we will see you next time. Rest in peace, Benny.